bitch. Oh, excuse you? Baloney wash. I'm annoyed. I'm just here to give my opinion and carry in. Oh, it's Chris Avalon Unfiltered, bitch. Hi. What's going on, everybody? It's your boy Chris Avalon. Did you miss me, bitches? And welcome to a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered, a show where we basically get into all the things going on in celebrity news, hot topics, pop culture, whatever's surfacing and floating around on these here social media spots. We talk about it on this here show. So, before we get started, can you please do me a solid and hit that like button, that subscribe button, and the notification bell so that way you know when we go live with a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered. I'm like swallowing a lot because I was literally drinking, not liquor. I had my little sparkling ice water before we went live. So my mouth is a little moist right now. We got a lot of tea to spill today. It's funny. I told you, I take one day off because I just needed a moment. First of all, well, I was kind of busy yesterday doing like home stuff, but and then also I was like, you know what, I need a moment. It was really slow in the gospel space, but then all of a sudden within the last hour, so much stuff was coming out, and I'm like, damn, I already had the show solidified, and I was going, do the show as it was, and then these little big stuff was coming out, and I'm like, oh, this is gonna be a juicy episode. So I'm gonna let y'all know what we're gonna get into in a second. So, well, we got Scream 7 news. I Know What You Did Last Summer news. Even Brandy chimed in on the whole I Know What You Did Last Summer news. So we're gonna talk about that, and that's because that's the girl. When anything got to do with Brandy, we gotta bring it up on here. Plus, we're going to talk about Jonathan Majors is weighing in on this news that he's been fired and that Robert Downey Jr. is the new big bad over at the MCU. Speaking of MCU, Jamie Lee Curtis is throwing shade at the MCU because she's out promoting that movie Borderlands that she has coming out this month, because I almost forgot. It's August 1st. Happy, shout out to the Leos. So, she's throwing shade at the MCU. So we're gonna talk about that. And Jimmy Kimmel is not returning as an Oscar host. Yes, I saw your post on Onyx. Funnily enough, I did this, I had written this a couple of days ago, and then I was thinking about bringing it up yesterday and I forgot. And then I saw your message. He was like a topic suggestion. And I was like, you know what? I'll just throw it up in there because I already had it written. So Jimmy Kimmel is not returning as an Oscar host, and then some other people were approached and they turned it down. So I'll get my thoughts on that. Plus, of course, I'm sure y'all saw the big headline. Cardi B has filed for divorce from Offset yet again. I had some stuff on them yesterday, and I was going to bring it in today, but now that she's filed for divorce and finally admitted her ass is pregnant, because I had the photos that I was going to show y'all to be like, her whole team is lying. So now I heard within the last hour, she actually came out and she said she's pregnant. So we're going to talk about that again, because she a damn dingbat. And she keeps getting knocked up by that man who ain't been no good for her. We've been trying to tell her, but when you got a head full of rocks and but claim that y'all in love, then this is what you get. Another damn baby. Now she's trying to get primary custody of. Those are her words. Now, speaking of shady, child, Hennifer and Benifer, it looked like that divorce is coming real soon. And I just saw this in the Daily Mail literally seconds before I was about to go live. So I was like, wait a minute now. Now I got to bring this up into the docket because I had some other stuff that was going to go along with that. Ben, you are petty. He apparently went and bought that $20 million LA mansion. Remember that little bachelor pad we was talking about? He bought it on Hennifer's birthday. I said, oh, you shady. But then he probably would, you know what? My petty ass would have did the same thing. I told her she must have had him down bad for him to do that. So now they talking about that after she found that out, she is fast tracking this damn divorce. Speaking of which, 50 Cent, shout out to him. I know he just did a huge story. I forget what it was. I think it was like Variety Hollywood Reporter, one of them things. I don't remember off the top of my head, but when we get to the topic, I'll know and be able to refresh my memory. But apparently he just did a recent interview and he claimed that Jay-Z wanted him blocked from the Super Bowl. Remember the Super Bowl they had with Mary J. Blige and Eminem and all the other stuff? He said that Eminem was the one that came in and was like, if he ain't doing it, I'm not doing it. So that's why he ended up being a part of the thing. We didn't know he was supposed to be a part of the thing because he wasn't mentioned, because Jay-Z was being shady. He also, no shit. Well, what's her name? Beyonce got hit with a stray in his little conversation as well. So we're going to talk about that. Plus, we got a lot of porn news. So apparently Pornhub If y'all been watching the Olympics this past week, apparently Pornhub searches have been skyrocketing due to like Olympic based type porn. So people are apparently looking that up on Pornhub. Plus, we heard that there's some Olympians, speaking of the Olympics, have been on the OF selling, whatever it is they've been selling. Probably pussy for currency, feet photos, whatever. They sell all kinds of stuff. So we're going to talk about that. Plus, chair. A U.S. priest is suing Grindr after he was outed and forced to step down from the clergy. One of the girls is messy. And then we're going to, of course, going to talk about Carrie Underwood replacing Katy Perry on American Idol. So we're going to talk about that and a whole lot more. It's going to be an action-packed show, a lot of juiciness. And, of course, with y'all up in the comments, the usuals, and then a couple of the newbies, if y'all happen to chime in, we don't bite over here. We love, the cackleization of it all. Definitely chime in the comments. Because we live for the mess over here. But anyway, wait, hold on. Because I got to hit my banners. My banner. What am I talking banners? Like it's plural. But anyway, I see some of y'all in the comments. See, I saw your topic suggestion, sir. Asking your share receive. It said Cardi is all, and wants to have full custody of all three kids with Offset having no rights. That's in her divorce file, saying she won't be there. He won't be, and he probably wasn't even there for his kid, nor less the other ones he got. How many kids he got like now? 8? Like you trying to be up there with what's his name? Apartheid Clyde, who I said I'm gonna be calling Elon Musk from now on. His name is Apartheid Clyde. And then you got what's the other one? Nick Jonas. Nick Cannon. Nick Jonas only got 1 kid. He only got 12. So yeah, I was like, we're gonna talk about the Cardi B being dumbass being pregnant again. Do you not believe in condoms? I understand that's your husband, but with all the shit that you've been going through with that man, like girl, wrap it up. But she a ding ding any damn way. And I like her, and I like her music and the personality as a cackle, but your decision, sis, rocks her brains. That she's a mess. I'm sure by next Monday she won't want a divorce and will tell everyone to mind their business. Exactly. That's why I'm like side-eyeing the whole damn thing. I'm like, girl, bye. I was like, you literally the girl that cried wolf. Or the hood booger that cried wolf. I don't mean to speculate, but watch Quavo come back, welcome back, Offset with open arms. I don't think. Funny enough, Quavo, shout out to him. He was at Kamala Harris rally in Atlanta, and child, don't even get me started with that mess with Donald Trump at the black journalist thing, because I was like, were y'all surprised by the way he came across? And so my black job is any job that a black person has. I'm like, what job? Because last time I checked, my black ass ain't getting out in no damn field picking no freaking fruit. No shade. And there's no shade to the Latin community, but let's be clear. And I ain't doing no construction either. Say, my ancestors did that. They did all that, so my ass wouldn't have to do it. So, ain't no way in hell I'm getting out in some field and picking some cotton in 100, or not cotton, child. Fruits and vegetables and things in no 100-degree heat. So what the hell he talking about? And let's not even get started on the fact that, the undocumented, they do pay taxes. But that man don't know how the government works. Britney Spears announced a secret project with Mark Platt. I do believe. Who's Mark Platt? I may have to look that up. The name sounds familiar. I do believe she was waiting until the payments ended, but she's coming back. Yeah, and you know what? You're not the only one that said this, because I saw this yesterday that some people said that she waiting until the what do you call it? That she's waiting until she's no longer has to pay the child support to K-Fat, because that's what we're gonna call him, because he is a big girl now. K-Fat was out here raising them children, and she was waiting until the child support payments dried up, and so that way she don't have to keep giving him money. And they said that's like about a month. They got a month left on them child support payments. So I don't care if he had to go run off to Hawaii, because I guess you could extend it a little bit versus, and the sons of both my son, they both virgins. So, once September hit, it's a wrap. And they said every time there's an issue, she pop out another baby. And they said, happy birthday, bitch. No, it ain't my birthday. My birthday is September 2nd, not August. Unless you're trying to tell me like that's my birthday gift. But it's like, no, my birthday is literally a month from tomorrow. So, It's I would ruin her birthday to where she had no choice, cancel her party. Wait, who were they talking about? Oh, you talking about Hannaford? That's me talking about. I was like, I was way off. He was like, yeah, you said, could you imagine that he would do that? That he would deliver the divorce papers on her birthday? When is her birthday? I think her birthday was July, right? I believe, Hannaford, or am I wrong? Is she a July, Libra. Damn. Is she a July? Why can't I remember what her damn sign is? Leo. It's a damn L, child. Um, is she a July Leo or August Leo? I think Ben is a July Leo and she's an August Leo. So he might do some petty shit like that. I'm like, child, look, this is why you don't date your own damn sign. I know how petty Virgos are. I would never date my own sign. Britney Spears biopic confirmed. Wiki director set to direct. Ooh, I should pull that up. Chair. Hold on, hold on. Now, who we gonna get to play Britney? Now, that would be the ultimate T. Hold on, let me look that up. Britney. It's funny how see, this is probably why I should start waiting to literally it came out 8 minutes ago. Hold on, breaking news, bitch. Look at y'all. Should I start paying y'all to help produce this show? Because now I gotta add this to the docket. And I need to pull up a Britney photo too. Oh, excuse me. Damn. See, now I'm like, nah, not Jamie Lee Spears. You are shady for that. Bling, 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 bling. Okay, so now, you know what? I'm just gonna have to read it without the Britney picture because it's like breaking news, breaking news. Okay, hold on. Thank you. All right, so now let's do that. That's gonna be our first topic before we get to the other thing, because there was something else I need to do. So, Universal Pictures has landed the rights to Britney Spears' best-selling memoir, The Woman in Me, with Wicked director John M. Chu and Mark Platt attached to develop. Spears shared the news of the secret project with fans on Thursday, writing that Platt has always made my favorite movies. And here is her tweet. Please hold as I pull that up. So that way y'all can see it. So yeah, there's her tweet right there. I don't know. I can't expand on it. Somebody said we were waiting for you, mother. So what else they said? Oh, that's it. So basically, that's basically the story. So she just revealed that her secret project is this whole thing. Where she says, excited to share the fans that she's been working on a secret project with Mark Platt. And you know what? I love the book. I love The Woman in Me. The one that should be quaking in their boots right now is Justin Timberlake, because I'm curious who gonna play him and all the other people. So it'll be interesting to see how they're gonna cast this thing. Child, let me tell you. So now, two biopics I'm really excited for: the Madonna one and the Britney one. So I don't think there's any more else to elaborate on, but as to say, you know what, I'm excited. I love Britney. I like what all this is about. I like John M. Chu. John M. Chu has definitely directed a lot of really interesting movies. Now I'm gonna tell you, I'm not that interested in um Wicked. I don't care about no damn Wicked. It's cute. I guess it's cute or whatever, but I'm not interested in watching that, but I'm trying to dig and see, okay, so what movies has he done that I like? Because I know I've liked some of John M. Chu stuff. Now, he did G.I. Joe Retaliation. That was a hot ass mess. I ain't like that movie. Although I did like some of the action sequences and Channing Tatum, and well, they killed them off. And then, or was that the sequel? No, yeah, that was the sequel. That was the one they killed him off and they brought in Dwayne The Rock Johnson. If that was the one that he did. And then he also he's worked with people too. Like, I like the Now You See Me series. He did Now You See Me too. He did Step Up to the Streets. Even though the Step Up series is corny, I do like the Step Up franchise. I think it's because I like all the dancing and stuff up in there. Like, I like watching choreography and all that other stuff. So he also did Justin Bieber Never Say Never. And I remember when that came out, and I was working at AMC at the time. Justin Bieber Never Say Never, that was a huge hit. Like, a lot of people was coming out and seeing that show and all that other stuff. So he's played in that whole situation, but he's had a lot of bad movies. He even did Jim and the Holograms. So I hope it doesn't suck. We'll just say that. I just hope it don't suck. But I'll say all this to say, what do y'all think of this news? Because this news literally just broke while we were doing the show. That Britney Spears has given the rights for the biopic. I'm sure she's going to have control over who plays her. She should probably do an open casting call and have an unknown. I really can't think of nobody off the top of my head who will be interested, who we should see to play Britney. So if y'all have any casting ideas on who should play Britney, who should play Justin, who should play her parents, who should play Jamie Lynn, because you know she ain't gonna have Jamie Lynn up in the damn movie. She can't stand her sister, but she gonna have a character and likeness and stuff up in there. And I hope it's not gonna be a bunch of damn lawsuits and things and cease and desist coming out because people say, "Oh, you with my likeness." No, bitch. First of all, y'all had many a times to drag Britney through the mud and say all the crazy things I want to say about her, and now Britney gonna tell her side of the story, and the movie is gonna get to be made, and we'll see, how it all turns out. But I got my fingers crossed that the whole Britney biopic and everything is gonna be lit. So I don't know when they're gonna start filming. Who knows? It'll probably be 2025, and then we'll probably won't get it until like late 2025, 2026. Oh my God, I just almost forgot. There's another biopic I'm looking forward to seeing, the Michael Jackson one. So it's Michael Jackson, Britney Spears, and Madonna. Those are my top three. And I'm excited because these biopics are about to bring it, even though y'all already know I have my trepidations about biopics. But in this case, this sound pretty good. I'm definitely looking forward to seeing all the crazy shenanigans that came out in that book being brought to life in a biopic. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Okay. Like you said, she's a July Leo. They don't they don't claim August Leos are the most. Well, look, it's the same thing with September Virgos. We don't acknowledge the August ones, but if you born in September, bitch, then y'all can come over to us. You can sit with us, as we like to say. Add the disclaimer: the Olympics only fans are safe for work, except for the retired ones. I said Madonna to play Madonna. Well, yeah, you can have her come in to do a cameo. These pop girls are about to be fighting for the role. You sure are. Like who? Oh yeah, you're gonna see pop. You know what? The ones that tried out to play Madonna, now they're gonna come in and try to play Britney. All the same other actors. You know who could probably play Britney? Sabrina Carpenter. There it is. Get her to come in there and play Britney. She's an actress. It was a Universal got both Madonna and Britney biopic. Child, nobody don't care about no Christina. I mean, what they gonna have with Christina? Her fucking for tracks? You ain't getting no Christina Aguilera biopic or her being a bitch to every damn body. Nobody want to see that. If they want to see a villain, they could have put her ass and smile too. And it's like I could see Hillary Duff playing her. Let's do it, blah, 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 blah. Remember that lackluster ass performance she gave me that song at what was it? NBC? What was it? The Today Show? That horrible ass one. I said I could just see her counting them damn steps of her head. We definitely need a Janet Jackson biopic, but the problem is with Janet is just be so private with her stuff. Like, she don't really be coming out and saying stuff in regards to that. You talking about Margot Robbie. I don't know. Margot Robbie, in my opinion, well, she's pregnant, number one. And number two, I think she's a little too old to play Britney. I think if they're going to be doing Britney, they want somebody who could play. You want to start out in the beginning of her career, because that's mostly where the book takes place. The book mostly takes place in like talking mostly about her early years and when she got in, when she was growing up and coming into the business and her back and forth with whether or not she wanted to stay in the pop space or come back to Louisiana and be that normal girl and all the drama that was happening. So they really got no shade. They got to skew it younger. I mean, if you want Margot Robbie to maybe play her in the later half of the book, which is a little older. But then again, Britney still look good for her age. She still looks relatively young. So you need to find an actress that you'll be able to age her up a little bit. And I feel like even though Sabrina Carpenter is in her 30s, right? I believe so. Early 30s, you can make her look younger and you can age her up. So I think like you can play up both sides. You need somebody that can kind of play in that middle part. Watch Justin Timberlake. Didn't I say he gonna pull a camera move and do some cease and desist type bullshit? Fuck him. I'm like, girl, go over his head. First of all, I think she got more money than he does. She ain't scared of that little dick motherfucker. I can't stand him. He said, let's talk about racist Trump. I thought we did. That we talked about him. I said, Chad, look, if y'all have not seen that interview that he gave with the black journalist, that is the gift that keeps on giving. I was like, I know a lot of people said we need to cut him off. We need to stop giving him attention in the spotlight and all that other stuff. Like we need to stop giving him the attention, all this other mess. But I feel like, you know what? No, we need to give him, he's grasping his, he's so desperate for media coverage. That's all this is. He don't care about the White House. He don't care about the future of this country. He just cares about staying out of jail and getting attention from the media because he gonna get attention from his wife. He don't get attention from his children. Nobody likes him. So, but you get to latch on to him because he's entertaining. He's a cackle. And that's what people like about him. But he's an asshole. He's always been a racist asshole. And that's why I said, like, I seen that video. I was just talking to a friend of mine on the phone. That's also why I was a little late because I was running my mouth on the phone. That his cousin, Mary Trump's brother, was on The View yesterday. And he opened up about how Trump is a racist and said the N-word around him numerous times and how that whole Central Park 5 thing, what that led up to, like he said, back when they was younger, because he used to actually live, I didn't even realize this, Trump and his family and them used to live not too far from me, because I was born and raised in Brooklyn, Brownsville, Brooklyn, the hood. And then when my parents, took us out of the hood and brought us into like the suburban life, we moved to Queens. And we lived in Jamaica, Queens growing up, but he lived in Jamaica Estates, which is not too far from where Jamaica, Queens is in New York. So I didn't know that about him. I knew Trump lived in Queens, but I didn't know he lived in Jamaica Estates, which is literally like maybe 10, 15 minutes away from like where I grew up. So anyway, he said that one time the cousin, I forget his name, I think his name is Thomas or whatever. He said his bike got stolen, and I think he said that Donald Trump's father or whatever, or was his father, I can't remember exactly who it was, but he went and said that they need to go down to the precinct because they called and they told him that they found the bike and the guys that stole the bike. So they went down to the precinct, whatever. Trump wanted them to throw the book at him, throw him in jail, lock him up, all that stuff. His drastic ass. The cousin said, even when he was younger, he knew. He was like, I don't want them to, like, I got the bike back. I don't want their whole life to be ruined, that sort of thing. And then he didn't want to press the charges. Then, of course, decades later comes where we had, like, what was it? I believe in the 90s, where we had the Central Park 5 situation, where it was like five black men were accused of raping that white woman in Central Park. And that's when the whole thing came out with, like, the taking out the full page ad, where he wanted them to get the death penalty. And then the cousin said that Trump stole their inheritance, the family inheritance. I said, yeah, because all he cared about is money, power, and not losing. Well, sir, you're going to lose in November, so we'll see how you take your lick. And the funny thing is he wound up saying, oh, if you like me, then vote for me. If you don't like me, then don't vote for me. I was like, ask you shall receive. Because right now you mad that people aren't giving you what it is, and you're fighting so hard to throw all these things at Kamala. You were saying she ain't black, and you know what? That's black people's fault for putting that shit out, because I'll be going on the neighborhood talk and Jasmine Brand and all them comments, and y'all be up in there saying she not black. Her father is Jamaican, her mother is Indian. Therefore, she is a black woman. And she went to a HBCU and she went to a black sorority, which we talked about a couple of weeks ago, that her sorority was the one that was up in that thing in Texas, where they were having that Daddy Fest or whatever the case was, and they were trying to have like their event in that hotel and they got kicked out. That apparently it was Kamala Harris's sorority that was all upset about seeing a bunch of half-naked homosexuals running around. But she went to that, if you go to a historical black college and you graduate from a black sorority, how the fuck are you not black and able to do that? Like, make it make sense. And don't even start with the whole Rachel Dolezal shit. Like, argue with your mammy on that. First of all, she is a black woman. That's like trying to say I'm not black. Why? Because I don't look it. My father is black. My mother is not. I acknowledge both sides. And people who are of mixed race, we acknowledge all sides of who we are. Well, I can't speak for everybody, but I know for me, I acknowledge my black side. And it don't even matter, because at the end of the day, Y'all may not consider her black, or y'all want to nitpick or try to decide who you want to invite or uninvite to the damn cookout. When quiet as is kept, some of the motherfuckers y'all be inviting to the cookout has been questionable at best. So miss me with the bullshit. And it don't matter what y'all trying to say. Oh, she's not this, she's this. It's like, who are you to determine that? Number one. 9 times out of 10, a lot of y'all don't even know y'all fucking history. But y'all want to sit up here and try to tell somebody who is and who isn't black. And then what irritates me is just how people just that's just one of the main things that irritates me about people who try to sit up here and nitpick and say this is what you are. Or if you are a mixed race, which I've had to deal with, they'll be like, well, which side do you choose, or whatever the case. I'm like, I'm not choosing shit. I'm not denying one person to make you feel comfortable about me being whatever it is that you want me to be, whether it is my gender identity, whether it's my sexual orientation, or whether it is my ethnicity. And it don't matter, because at the end of the day, while you sit up in here nitpicking and fighting and arguing about somebody ain't black enough, at the end of the day, when you get in front of them racist ass Trump supporting police or whoever it is, they see you as nothing but, you know what, the N-word, a ninja. So it don't mean nothing at that point. It doesn't matter. They see her as a black woman, therefore she is. All of a sudden, she woke up in the morning and decided to be black. Like, what the hell he talking about? I think a mosquito just bit me, and I didn't realize it. There must be a damn mosquito in this room. It just bit me in my leg. But anyway, let me get off of him, because I do not want to be up in here cussing Trump out. We got a lot of tea to spill. Chat. Oh yeah, I was thinking 2026 is probably when it's coming out. And you said share. Oh, that's another thing too. We got the share books coming out. The bio, not bio. Why am I thinking biopic? Because she need to release one. We got the share memoirs coming out, 2 of them. So I need them books to come out. And then you know what? With her releasing all of that, and she in her 70s and got 2 books coming out, they're gonna have to create that as a mini series. Or now I don't know if that would work. I can't see them doing a biopic in the way of them doing like Wicked and splitting it into 2 parts. I just think that's a dumb idea too. Y'all gonna you really think people gonna go to the movies and see that once, let alone twice? And they said unless it's Michael Jackson. Oh yeah, well that's well look, he closer to September. So yeah, I do agree that Michael is the exception. You mean similar to Madonna? I do feel like if you're gonna do a Britney biopic, you definitely have to be able to sing. Well, I don't think you have to necessarily know how to sing. You could just lip sync to it. Quiet as it's kept. That's what Britney did throughout her career. You know, she had to get that straight. I'm sorry, but she did. But you could do you could have them lip sync to her tracks, or at least be able to carry a tune or something. But I do think they need to put them through a boot camp, similar to what she did when she was coming up. You said, yeah, Sabrina Carpenter will be perfect. She's gonna need some dance lessons though. True. Like if you do pick her, they have to do that. Janet too private. She don't even like talking. She don't like doing interviews. So we'll never get a Janet Jackson biopic. I guess we're just gonna have to live vicariously through her hits. It's starting to get a little too late for Halle Bailey. True. Wasn't Janet supposed to come out with a documentary? What happened to that? She was talking about that like maybe a good 2-3 years ago. She was coming out with a documentary. What happened to that? Jenna Ortega for her best friend. Who's Felicia Colada? Is that who you talking about? Or you talking about the best friend in the book? Because I don't know. I was thinking like, did Britney have a lot of friends? All I knew was that Felicia was the one that was always traveling with her everywhere. But anyway, let's move on. And one of the things I want to get into that I forgot before I bring up the whole Scream 7 thing. So the other day we actually talked about. Wait, hold on. Let me take that out. Wait, Kamala Harris said America is not. I mean, we got a lot of races in the country. But anyway, let me get off of that. Wait, hold on. Let me take this out too. This is like, I'm a mess today. I got to take this out. And because I just realized I didn't create a banner for the next thing I want to bring up. But so the other day, we actually talked about Kim Porter and the fact that she came out, she had like a 40-page draft of her, speaking of memoirs, a 40-page draft that she was going to be of a book that she was working on to expose Diddy and all this other stuff. And shout out to all of y'all that actually helped that episode, got a lot of big numbers. Because that was the big story that was coming out, and a lot of people were trying to find out the tea and all this other stuff. Well, child, come to find out that shit was all made up. Or some people going around saying that there is actually no memoir, that somebody faked it. And then I guess because, Radar Online out here taking all this damn credit, they saying it's fake. Well, according to Kim Porter's best friend, Ebony Electra, she's saying that Kim Porter never did a book. Now, I do have her, I went on her Instagram where she actually posted, because I'm nosy, we got to have grist for the mill, where she posted a follow. Now, hold on, I didn't want to pull it up until we can get to the actual thing because when you hit on it, it goes by quick. So yeah, she was saying that, as I'm going to say this as loud as I can, Kim Porter never drafted nor wrote a book, memoir, or manuscript. And so she also was saying, now this is getting out of hand. There is no book. There never was. Several people continue to speak out about it and spread blatant lies regarding this mystery manuscript as if it were true. People, it's not. Kim would never do such a thing, and that's the honest to God truth. God knows the truth, and so does she. As for me, I couldn't have another person call my phone or send me a text about this without clearing the air. Any negative feedback or comments on this post will receive no response except God bless you. The truth is the truth. Be blessed. And then, of course, Tamika Mallory jumped in and said, I just read something on Facebook, immediately knew it was a lie. The internet is in shambles. And I'm sure there's a bunch of other people that came out and said things. But look, whoever went and said what they said, and if y'all made up this damn story and y'all said that this was this was true when it's not, and you started just going and making up a whole bunch of stuff about Diddy beating her with a chair and all this other stuff, wouldn't all that have been corroborated? Like, especially with the gossip blogs and all the other stuff. Well, Radar Online and them talking about all of this. Where was the medical receipts on this? Wouldn't they have? Unless it is a situation where you're not supposed to leak any kind of medical information and things of that nature. So I don't understand who would go to great lengths to make this shit up. Especially, look, Diddy got enough stuff on him as it is that we need to be paying attention to and dragging his ass down to the floor for. But if y'all actually went in here and made this mess up just because you want to go viral and clicks and likes and things of that, there's a special place in hell for you. And if you do, and now I'm waiting for the person, whoever this person is, because they want to remain anonymous. This ain't the time for you to remain anonymous, because if you coming out here and you saying this shit like it's the truth, and that Kim Porter actually wrote this book, and you happen to find a flash drive and all this stuff is leaked and it's been sent to the major gossip blogs and things, and they ran with this story, then how come you hiding? At this point, you need to just come out and say reveal yourself, in the words of RuPaul. Just come out and reveal yourself. So that way, you could debunk this stuff. Now, I'm inclined, I guess, to believe the tea because it's Kim Porter's friend. And at the end of the day, you're just like, you know what? A lot of us could run out here and be like, oh, yeah, I'm close with so-and-so, so I would know them better than anybody. But at the end of the day, what I've come to learn, living on this earth for as long as I've lived on it, is that everything you see ain't always the truth. And you may think you know people and know them to the best of your ability and their intentions and this, that, and the other, but you never truly know what people are capable of or what they were doing, and probably keeping it secret because they didn't trust anybody. So I don't know. I guess, with the results, I'm going to say this is inconclusive. We could sit and believe the friend because that's the friend, and she going, defend Kim to whatever she needs to because that's her girl and she knew her better than anybody else. But like I said, you never truly know what people are, who they truly are, or what they're all about. Because I'm sure, even your closest of friends, everybody don't tell everything to everyone or just that one. So I'll keep my eye on this story. Like I said, I'm inclined to believe this friend, but like I said, I'm gonna just keep my eyes on the whole situation, see if anything else pops up. You said agreed. The one drop rule is a legacy from slavery. It's time for America to finally grow up and understand that some people have multicultural parentage and shouldn't have to choose. Exactly. And you know what? I'm not going to sit up in here and argue with a bunch of ignorant ass people that already had a mind made up on things. And I think maybe that all stems from because a lot of black people, particularly in America, have no idea their lineage. They don't know their history and all the things they're mixed in with because of the when they were brought over on the slave ships. They don't know where they don't know their history. They made sure to treat human beings, black people, like cattle. You don't need to know who your ancestors were or where you came from or what your lineage is and how they will pull their children and the wives and everybody away from the families and break them up and buck breaking the men and all that. Like it's a whole history of all of that. So that infighting that we having with each other, we need to stop that. You said his name was Fred Trump. Thank you, because I couldn't remember his name. And I guess it wasn't that, but it was Mary Trump brother. And you said, see, in England, if you have a white or black parent, you are referred to as mixed race. We don't call you black. That was a conversation we had not too long ago, where y'all dragged Tyler because she considered herself colored. And I'm sitting there like, that is what they go by in her country, in South Africa. They refer to mixed race people as colored. You talking about in England, when you have mixed race, they don't call you black, they call you mixed race. But being black, that's an American thing. And this is the irritation I be having with people in this country, especially like not only with the race thing, but like when we spoke in the last episode about religion and what they're doing over in France and stuff. And Americans are so damn in their little bubble and self-centered that they think that the whole world revolves around what goes on here. I think we just a small little situation in the bigger picture. And there's a whole lot of the world's a whole lot bigger than the United States of America. I know Americans want to think we the shit, we the bee's knees, and to a point we can be. But there's a whole nother world outside of the United States, and some of y'all need to get on a fucking plane, get yourself a passport, and see that there's a whole nother world outside of the U.S. And you said, when is it too far to claim a race from your lineage? I'm 1/4 Filipino and have the Southeast Asian features and phenotype. Oh, I'm part, well, I don't know if people realize, well, I don't know if you can tell from the eyes, I am part Filipino as well. So it's a whole bunch of mixtures up in here. He said you have the Southeast Asian features and phenotype, but I'm hesitant to refer to myself as Asian because it was longer. I feel like you should, whatever your races is, it's like you said. So people say, what are you? I'm like, I'm part Irish, I'm part Asian. I would say part Irish, Asian, Black, American, indigenous, American Indian, whatever you want to say. Like you said, you mix all of those and that's who you are. I don't know why people always have to be like, well, I have to pick one thing. Usually when I check the box on things, I always hit 2 or more races or multiracial. That's usually what I pick. It's that everyone sees me as and automatically knows I'm mixed with something. They mainly assume I'm Filipino or Blasian. Come on, Blasian. And they said, like, for example, on forms, you'll find Black Caribbean or Black African. I don't think we do that here, though. But anyway, let's get into the show. Even though we was already in the show because we started talking about a whole bunch. I feel like today has just been one of those messy, all over the place shows because we had breaking news. Britney Spears and everything came out and talking about she doing a biopic and all this other mess. And we had all this other stuff. We talking about Trump. We talking about the other stuff. But let's get into the tea. So it has been confirmed. Well, we already know about Neve Campbell's going to be in Scream 7. And I also heard that Courtney Cox is going to be back. But, child, we already knew that. We knew Courtney Cox was coming back to the franchise. We knew Courtney Cox was reprising her role as Gail Weathers. And from what I heard, she said she was getting herself into shape courtesy of her good Judy, Jennifer Aniston, who's out here currently filming the morning show, because they've been showing photos of her all over social media. There's one scene where she gets splashed with some oil or something or another. So yeah, she's been filming the new season of the morning show. I've been getting into a lot of Apple TV shows as of late, because sometimes I'll be feeling like I'll be neglecting that streaming service. So I'm like, let me partake and watch some stuff over there. But anyway, so Neve Campbell recently did an interview with ET that the seventh installment of the iconic Scream franchise is going back to its roots. Now, according to Campbell, the upcoming seventh installment will be a return to the franchise's roots in the sense that Sidney Prescott will be the central character of the movie. She said, "We're going to follow Sidney." This is what she told ET Online. She said, "They did pitch the concept to me, and it's the reason that I jumped on board. I love these movies. They are so much fun to be a part of. I'm so grateful for them. I could never have imagined being a part of a movie that would have lasted this many decades." Now, Sidney was featured as a supporting character in 2022 Scream, while Campbell infamously did not return for the following year's Scream 7 due to a pay dispute. Those two movies, both directed by filmmakers Radio Silence, who of course directed Abigail, mixed a new generation of characters with the legacy characters, but much has happened since Scream 6 released last year. The franchise has been mixed in controversy in or I should say mirrored in controversy in the past several months, with new series leads Melissa Barrera and Jenna Ortega both exiting the project. Barrera was fired while it was subsequently announced that Ortega wouldn't be returning because, she's been filming Beetlejuice, because that's what it's called. And, oh my God, what's the other show that she's on? Wednesday. How did I forget that? So she's also filming Wednesday. And I did see some of the comments online because Scream 7 has been trending since yesterday. And I did see some people talking about, well, Jenna Ortega is going to be free by the end of the year because they're supposed to start filming in December. She did also reveal that because she said, we're going to take time with the script, that sort of thing. So what I'm hoping is that, Guy Busick, who usually would write with James Vanderbilt and Guy Busick, but James Vanderbilt is not on board with this one. He was on board with the last two. But it seems like Guy Busick is running solo with this. I'm really hoping that since Kevin Williamson is on board as a director of this new film, and he hasn't directed anything since Teaching Mrs. Tingle, which that movie was a damn mess, but that happened because of the whole Columbine thing. So that's why that whole thing got what happened to it, because of the whole school shooting situation. So anyway, with Kevin Williamson being on board, I'm really hoping that what they do is that he's come in and he's judged up the script a little bit, because I feel like no one truly knows Sidney better than Kevin Williamson. He created the character. He created Gail. So he pretty much knows that. And I know a lot of people there were some people that were upset talking about, oh, well, y'all did such a good job giving us the core four. And now the franchise is not going to be able to grow because y'all still want to focus on them and you don't want to evolve the franchise. And it's like, but y'all had Sidney and Gail on the sidelines while you tried to prop up the core four, and you really didn't flesh them out in Scream 5. Scream 6, yeah, a little bit more. They expanded on their characters a little bit more, and I think they did a phenomenal job of getting us comfortable and solidifying the core four and that sort of thing. But like I said, in many of the movies, Scream 5 and 6, I had issues with the third act on both sides. There were so many plot holes, especially in Scream 6. That was what irritated me. That script was not that airtight. And I hated the third act of that movie. So I like the ideas and stuff that they came up with. I love the Jasmine Savoy Brown character, which is Mindy Meeks. I like her character, and I like Chad, his fine ass. And then I heard that the fans was also talking about, oh yeah, well, let's try to bring them back into this film. We don't necessarily know what direction they're going to take with this. I do like the idea that they're going to bring Sidney in, and I don't want y'all to just do the whole fan service thing. So if y'all going to bring Sidney in and make her an interesting, central part of the character, I feel like that what needs to happen is that she's moved to a different town with the kids, and of course Mark, which is why they also said that they moved the franchise shooting date to December, because Patrick Dempsey is currently filming Dexter, the rejustification. I think it's the prequel series, but they're doing two of them. They're doing a prequel and they're doing a sequel with Michael C. Hall, and Michael C. Hall is actually going to be in both of them, which I'm kind of like excited, but on the fence, because that last Dexter thing y'all came out with Harrison all grown up and that sort of thing, that I was kind of disappointed with that series. where Dexter was out and hiding and changed his whole name, and he's been raising Harrison as a teenager. Somebody discovers who he is, and also it was that whole season was a mess. It was a disappointment. So hopefully they could judge that up and make it better. But in regards to this, I'm glad that they're bringing in Patrick Dempsey for this franchise. I don't know when they're planning on filming Thanksgiving 2, because I'm sure y'all seen the movie by now. He survives. So if y'all going to bring him back into the sequel, I don't know what's going on with that. And that's also a Spyglass franchise. So I'm actually excited to see where they're going to go with this whole Scream thing. And you know what? I love me some Neve Campbell. She is Scream. Say what you want. Like, I'm from the generation of, like, I was a kid and I grew up on this Scream franchise. So while it is cute or whatever, y'all can bring in the core four and y'all can try to expand it and change it into a different franchise. Like, who knows? Maybe that because of what happened with the core four, maybe this trilogy, which is being compared to the Halloween trilogy, the one we just had with David Gordon Green and Jamie Lee Curtis, maybe this is a way where Sidney has her kids in it, and one of the kids are a lot older, which you can play that up because we've seen soap operas and many other shows where a kid one season starts out as they're 5 years old, and the next season they're a damn teenager because they want to tell the kids storylines. It was the summertime. You want to lure the younger people in to watch the stories. This is what my mother used to call them, the stories. So that's what you do. I don't mind if they take one of the kids and grow them up and make them like a teenager or something or another, and possibly pass the torch to Sidney Prescott's kid and, you know, a group of their friends or whatever, and expand beyond that. Maybe that's the direction they plan on going, because I have a feeling they're going to probably try to go the trilogy route with this whole thing. And since it is being compared to the Halloween David Gordon Green franchise trilogy, then maybe that is the direction they're going to go. So I say all this to say, I'm excited for Scream. I know there's some people that's still going to be feeling divisive about it, and you have a right to feel how you feel, you know, when you want to put the core four over Sidney and the rest of them. But since I've been with the franchise since the very beginning, and Sidney is that final girl that has solidified herself in this franchise, it's not like all these other franchises like Friday the 13th. They had a new final girl and boy every movie. This is different. Sidney is Scream. So whether you want to get, argue with your manny, if that's how you feel, that's just the way it is. And if you want to boycott the movie, then boycott the movie. But here's the thing. Y'all be the same ones that was out here talking about you going to boycott Scream because what they did to your girl, Melissa Barrera. But where the fuck was y'all when Abigail came out? Where was y'all at? Because I was in the theater. I went to go support Melissa Barrera, and I went to see Abigail in a movie theater. One, because I was a Melissa Barrera fan, and I was, even though I am with the Scream franchise, I was mad at Spyglass of what they did. So I was like, I'm gonna go support this movie. I like vampires, but that trailer gave away way too much. And Angus Cloud, I was a fan of his too because of Euphoria. But where was y'all? Because that movie flopped at the box office. It's doing much better now on Peacock, and it was doing well on VOD. But where the hell was y'all when the movie came out? So all this fake outrage that I'm seeing on social media, whatever. It's just a bunch of smoke and mirrors and BS. So anyway, let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Okay, now speaking of comments, let's get over there to I saw that Dewey comment. You said everything that her mother isn't. Maureen died and Sidney would never. A new Nightmare on Elm Street reboot. I do want a new Nightmare on Elm Street to come back. You talking about who's Alice? Was that oh my god, what the hell's her name? David Arquette's sister. Patricia. First of all, if y'all gonna bring back a Nightmare on Elm Street, you need to bring back Heather Langenkamp. That's what I really want. So yeah, I want Heather Langenkamp back in the franchise, and I want them to ignore that ending of Dream Warriors because I didn't like how they killed her off in that movie. She shouldn't have died. Oh yeah, I did like Lisa Wilcox in that. But anyway, I said need. I mean, wait. The question was, I think we might be talking about the same person because I believe that I think you're talking about A Nightmare on Elm Street 4. Where Lisa Wilcox did play Alice. But I believe in part 3, Dream Warriors, Alice was actually played by Patricia Arquette. Let me look that up because she didn't come back for the sequel. Um, Let me see what her name was. And Bingo was her name. Bingo. Why did they wait? Who did Trisha Arquette play? Oh, okay. It was Kristen. That's what it was. That was her name. Okay, that was my fault. I made a mistake. I forgot she played Kristen Parker. So okay, you said, "Hey, what's up? Hey, how you doing, Diggs?" And it says Scream 6 was successful, but you can tell it needed Sidney, the missing ingredient. Can you imagine her walking the theater with the lore of Stab? That would have been more powerful. Or you said Alice was Lisa Wilcox. His sister played Kristen Parker. And it's funny how I was looking that up while you was telling me. It's been a minute since I've seen Nightmare on Elm Street. Maybe I need to revisit those. I think they might all be on HBO Max. So I may need to revisit those movies. Even though the fourth one, the fifth one, all of them were pretty like bad. There's parts of those movies that I actually like. So anyway, okay, so you said I think she didn't come back because she was pregnant. Might have been. It could be true. Okay, so let's move on from excuse me, it's Scream, one Kevin Williamson franchise to another. And let's talk about I Know What You Did Last Summer. So I'm sure y'all all heard the tea that we are getting I Know What You Did Last Summer reboot that's supposed to be coming out. I think they're supposed to start filming it this month. So, but we still don't know if Freddie Prinze Jr. or Jennifer Love Hewitt are going to be signing on to do it. We've heard Jennifer Love Hewitt basically in the media recently. What was it? She talked to Entertainment Tonight or Extra or one of those, maybe last month or 2 months ago. Sometime this year, we'll say. A couple of months ago, she spoke to one of the trades or one of the what is it, the entertainment news shows, and was like, "Oh, if Julie comes back, she's got to be badass and all this other stuff." Like she was over here really like looking forward to being this, being a part of it. She hasn't said whether or not she's going to be in the franchise. I have a feeling she is. She's signing on the dotted line, but she ain't really coming out and saying nothing. A couple of weeks ago, what was it? We did reveal who the new cast of characters that are going to be in the franchise. I mean, the new reboot call, if you want to call it that. And even recently, what was a couple of days ago, Freddie Prinze Jr. said that he's down to coming back as Ray. It's just that they need to work out the schedules, everybody. And I do agree with that because I'm like, did they start filming the new season of 911 yet? And Jennifer Love Hewitt is on that show. So if y'all can find a way to work around her schedule of doing that and also having her be in this movie without treating her like y'all had Neve Campbell in Scream 5. We don't want just somebody coming in, giving a couple of lines, and then just tacking her on, in the third act. We really, if y'all gonna bring in Jennifer Love Hewitt, she needs something to do. But of course, with this reboot call, a lot of people were wondering because when we heard about this, is I Still Know What You Did Last Summer going to be considered canon? So Critical Overlord, shout out to him because I do watch his show a lot of times. Wait, I didn't want to do that. I'm trying to put up the picture, but anyway, I'm gonna do that again. So Critical Overlord, like I said, shout out to him. I watch a lot of his content and everything that he puts on social media where he talks about a lot of the horror movies and stuff. He was trying to find out if, I Still Know What You Did Last Summer is considered part of the I Know What You Did Last Summer franchise because there were rumors going around that they were going to do a direct sequel to the original film. So the director went and answered him, and we'll get to that in a second. So they said that filming is getting underway this year. Shout out to Bloody Disgusting for this story. On director Jennifer Caton Robinson's I Know What You Did Last Summer, a sequel to the 1997 slasher movie that will reportedly feature fresh faces alongside legacy characters. But will the new movie pull a Halloween 2018 and effectively erase the events of the slasher movie's two sequels from this particular Timeline. So rumors and reports over the weekend indicated that I Know What You Did Last Summer's 2025 will indeed operate only as a sequel to the 97 movie, but Jennifer Caton Robinson has taken to social media this week to let us know that those rumors are very much untrue. So, like I said, that Critical Overlord posted this thing and it said, I Know What You Did Last Summer is reportedly ignoring previous sequels. And the director of the film basically reported back to him and said, it is definitely not. I Still Know What You Did Last Summer is canon. Hope this helps. So it is a part of the franchise. And as somebody who heard this, I was like, this is awesome because while I was not necessarily like, I love the original movie, you know, I love the entire cast that was in it, you know, I love me some Ryan Phillippe, and shout out to him for putting up that thirst trap that I saw earlier. Looking good. I think he's about to turn 50 soon or whatever. He still looks like he's in his late 30s, early 40s. Good genes on him. Anyway, so I love me some Ryan Phillippe. You know, I love me some Sarah Michelle Gellar. And of course, I love Freddie Prinze Jr. and I love Jennifer Love Hewitt. That's like my childhood right there. So, of watching that movie and loving all the characters, and then how that slow build till we get to Ben Willis doing what he does. The sequel, of course, felt a bit rushed. And we know it was rushed because it came out a year later. So it didn't take time on plot and all this other stuff. And then watching the movie, I was like, there's a lot of dumb stuff in here. Like, how the hell did she get stuck in the tanning bed with that little wire that y'all shut? Like, she could have cut that damn thing. They could have found a way to break that damn thing open. If she would have pushed with all her damn might or whatever the case was, yeah, your hands would have been burnt up or whatever. But still, you could have got out of that. So it was a lot of the scenarios that was in there. It was like, okay, y'all were trying to fast track this movie, and this movie was a hot ass mess. But I will say this: the one good thing that came out of I Still Know What You Did Last Summer, and shout out to the black man that, you know, recently passed away in real life recently. I can't remember what his name was, but I liked him when he was like, he had to tell them that Brazil was not the capital, or Rio was not the capital of Brazil. Because they could have just looked, I was like, y'all could have looked out, but whatever. But look, the internet wasn't interneting back then, so they couldn't do that whole thing. The whole way of them getting them to that all-season island was stupid. It was just the whole thing just wasn't well thought out. But the one good thing, and I know I've been jerking y'all around a little bit until I get to this part. The one good thing that came out, I Still Know What You Did Last Summer, was Brandy as Carla Wilson. So this made me think, if this is part of canon, then that means Brandy has the opportunity to come back to the show. Hence, why we're about to move on to our next topic, which is Brandy, you know, all of a sudden now finding out that they're making a sequel to I Know What You Did Last Summer, and it's canon. She said she didn't know. So Brandy has reportedly expressed interest in reprising her role in the upcoming I Know What You Did Last Summer movie. So during a recent conversation with The Hollywood Reporter to promote Disney Channel's latest Descendants sequel, the star was asked about Sony's I Know What You Did Last Summer movie, Reboot, that is coming in hot with the theatrical release date set for July 18, 2025. Brandy emphasized that she had not heard about the new project, but would want to return as Carla Wilson, the character she played in the 1998 sequel, I Still Know What You Did Last Summer. She said, I didn't know Sony was putting that together. This is what she told THR, the new film. That's interesting. Now, when asked if she might be pulling a fast one in order to maintain secrecy about her potential appearance, Brandy maintained that she was indeed in the dark. She said, I'm not pulling a fast one on you. I did not know. Now, Brandy went on to note that her character indeed survived at the end of the film, which was a sequel to Columbia Pictures' original 1997 slasher flick, I Know What You Did Last Summer. THR previously reported that Jennifer Love Hewitt and Freddie Prinze Jr., who starred in both movies, were in talks to return for the new feature. Saying, I need them to give me a call because I survived in that movie, Brandy continued. I came out in the end bloodied up, ready to go. I did not die in that film. She added, Jennifer Fred hit me up, or Jennifer and Freddie hit me up. Now, I didn't bring this up, but the people who are in the new series is Jennifer Caton Robinson is directing, and Camila Mendez from Riverdale, Madeline Klein from Outer Banks, Sarah Pigeon from Tiny Beautiful Things, Tariq Withers from Atlanta, and Jonah Our King from 2023's The Little Mermaid are going to be in the situation. Now, the funny thing is, I don't know, no shade, I don't know any of these people, except for, like I said the last time, Camila Mendez, because I did watch the first two seasons of Riverdale. The problem is with the CW, after like maybe the first 2, 3 seasons, they kind of just fall off. I don't know what happens with them and story plot, like trying to move the show forward. A lot of their shows, I think, go on too many seasons too long. Y'all didn't need to be a cap point in them canceling shows or whatever, but they never did that over the CW. I guess they just kept trying to just throw away money unnecessarily. So I never really got into a lot of the CW stuff. Now I did watch a lot of the WB things, which was Buffy the Vampire Slayer, Felicity, Supernatural, all those other things, before of course they transferred over to the CW and things of that nature. But then again, I think when the CW started, that's when they lost Buffy and they wound up going over to the UPN network. But I will say this, like I said before, while, I Still Know What You Did Last Summer felt like a rushed, thinly plotted mess, I lived for Brandy's Carla character. And since Brandy, she wanna be down. Since she wanna be down, and she says she's ready to go and she wants to come back as Carla Wilson, I say bring her back, because I was like, if y'all don't bring her back for this, I would have loved to have seen Brandy in a Scream sequel. I'm glad that Brandy's in so many ways has come back to horror. Her and Descendants, that ain't my demo. I don't want none of that Disney Channel mess. But for this, I'm glad that she's decided to come back to the world of horror. She does have a horror film, I think, from A24 that's supposed to be coming out next month in September. Can't remember the name of it, but it was like they want, some evil woman want her baby. I think it's her mother-in-law or something or another. So that actually looked pretty good. I can't remember the name of it off the top of my head, but I know she does have a horror movie coming out. So she's going back into horror movie roots slowly but surely. But I feel like for this one, I know it's like it's coming across in so many ways like y'all playing up the fan service. But we would love to see Brandy back on the big screen alongside Jennifer Love Hewitt and Freddie Prinze Jr. as, part of the sequel. Maybe she could be like one of those, I was gonna say doomsday prepper, but maybe she could be like a blogger or something, or, somebody that do like the murder mystery podcast or something or another, or somebody who survived Ben Willis, and then she does like these murder mystery podcasts, because these are all the rage and stuff now, where they have those podcasts on Spotify and those other places, or what is it, not Amazon, Audible, but they have those Audible murder mystery thingies that they be doing. Like, I thought if y'all gonna have Carla doing something like that, I could definitely see that working. But I say all this to say, what do y'all think of this story? Are y'all excited for this upcoming I Know What You Did Last Summer franchise? Should they stop playing in our face and get Jennifer Love Hewitt and Freddie Prinze Jr. in the damn franchise, and also get Brandy back on the line? Because we loved her in those movies. Well, I did. I liked her in the movie. I can't speak for everybody else, but I liked her, Carla. She was my favorite character in that movie. Now, Mekhi Phifer got on my damn nerves. But I did like her in the film. So anyway, let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Okay, you said it's the 100 episode syndication episode. That's why the CW brought back Reba to do the 100 episode cap. But despite being a ratings hit for the network, they refused to do a full 22 episode season. They were doing that a lot too. You said Shutter has the original and New Nightmare for West's birthday. Oh yeah, I did see that. But I know they have all the Nightmare on Elm Streets. I don't know if it's still there, because usually whenever the first comes, I always do a whole search through the streaming service. Okay, what new movies and things they have up on there. So I knew to check it out. But I did see the post you sent earlier that they're putting up the original New Nightmare. It's like, yeah, it's cool, whatever that you got. You bookended it when you have the original film and New Nightmare. But I like part two, even though, part two does have its people get mad about the Friday, a Nightmare on Elm Street part two. I like the fact that they had like it was like this very homoerotic type of situation. You know what? I hope that they do what they did with Sleepaway Camp at the IFC Center, and they do that with A Nightmare on Elm Street Part 2, Freddy's Revenge, and y'all have the lead, Mark, come out and do a Q&A, and the film's director, and we have this whole conversation about like the overall queer allegory. Same thing that we had, when I went to the screening to see the original film in its 33 millimeter print from the director of Sleepaway Camp. And the fact that we had all these queer folks in the audience who were having this conversation, just talk about how much that movie means to them. Even though I'm sure that's not what he meant by making the movie, but that's what we took from it. And that's what art does. It's like, you look at it and you interpret it the way you interpret it. And no, we can't forget Brandy. She said, Brandy, take a seat. You aren't needed. Don't do that. Look, can't nobody help Ray J. Ray J in an island by himself. Said Brandy is needed. The demand for Carla is more bigger than quiet as it's kept. You know, I do love Jennifer Love Hewitt and I do love Freddie Prinze Jr. But I'm sorry, but Brandy's character, and I still know what she did last summer, she was a scene stealer. And I think it was because at the time of her career, she was being branded as this squeaky clean R&B crossover pop star. And so seeing her cussing, um, showing a little skin and all that other stuff, that was a side of Brandy we didn't see. So I think also we was living for it. I like The Craft. You know, that's like one of my favorite movies too. The Craft is one of my all-time favorite movies. We don't acknowledge that legacy one. But the one with her, and you know I live for some Fairuza Balk. Her, Fairuza Balk, Rachel True, and who was the other witch? I know I forget. Oh, Robin Tunney. It was like all four of them, bitch. The Craft is like one of my all-time favorite movies. And let's not forget, Skeet Ulrich was in that movie too. And Fairuza Balk, she's definitely good at playing crazy. So anyway, let's move on with the show and let's get into this Jonathan Majors tea. So, oh wait, maybe I need to close my other windows first before we get to the Jonathan Majors. Okay, now we good. So Jonathan Majors, of course, you know, with the tea that came out about all this other stuff regarding Robert Downey Jr. and things of that nature, um, we all knew it was only a matter of time that somebody was going to want to get the opinion of Jonathan Majors. So it just so happened that TMZ saw him coming out of somewhere. Of course, the body was on point. He was drinking some green juice. And, you know, showing off the muscles and things of that nature. He was over in LA. And TMZ stopped him and asked him his thoughts on him not being a part of the MCU and that they basically got rid of Kang and now they're moving on to Doctor Doom. So we do have that clip. And we'll get right on to it, and then we'll hear what he has to say, and then we'll come back and we'll talk.
Hey, Jonathan, how are you?
Nice.
I mean, it was announced that Robert Downey Jr. was, being brought back from Marvel to play Doctor Doom. I mean, it looks like he's replacing your villain, Kang. I mean, are you hurt with the new direction that, Marvel is, going?
Yeah, heartbroken.
You are?
Yeah, of course. Come on. Yeah, of course. I love him. I love Kang.
Mm-hmm. I mean,
Doctor Doom is wicked though.
Oh, yeah, it is good. It's gonna be good. I mean, both Robert Downey Jr. and Ezra Miller have had a history of trouble with the law and getting arrested for felonies. I mean, you only had a misdemeanor. Do you feel like it's unfair that you're not being given the same opportunities as them?
Damn. I think it's fair that Mr. Downey is being and has been greeted with patience and curiosity and love, and that Mr. Miller's gotten the same treatment, and that they're being allowed to work their art and be creative at that level. It's not. Nah, I'm not really. I didn't really get that. So.
Do you wish you had the same opportunity as them?
I mean, that's hard. I mean, come on. Yeah.
I mean, why do you think that's the case though? For them?
Wow. I don't know.
Would you want your old role back, your old job back as Kang the Conqueror?
Kang?
Yeah.
Hell yeah. I love him. That's why I said I love him. I love him. I love Kang. Love Timeless. Love He Who Remains. Love him. If that's what the fans want, if that's what Marvel wants, let's roll. Hell yeah.
Okay, so y'all got the gist of the situation. But I will say this. Is it me or does every time Jonathan Majors opens his mouth, it just comes across as disingenuous. Like, I just never really feel like we get the true essence of how Jonathan Majors truly feels. Maybe we get his real feelings when he beating the shit out of somebody. I don't know. But every time I see him from down when he was in, in the courtroom and all other stuff, it always felt like he was acting. It always felt like, I went to the Sidney Poitier School of Theatrics and I'm going to give you the performance of the lifetime. And it just gives me all of that foolishness. And it's just like, can you just be yourself? Can you just be honest and stop trying to get these bullshit diplomatic answers? So for this chick, because clearly I know he called her, because TMZ ain't just sitting around just stalking celebrities all day. A lot of times they be calling these TMZ to try to zhuzh up the situation, and he always comes across looking phony or not genuine at all. Like, remember the whole thing where all of a sudden he was there to break up that fight between them kids, and so that way he can come out looking like a superhero at the end of the day when all this abuse allegations was coming out. But since y'all want to sit up here and compare things, let's go down the timeline. So apparently Majors was arrested, since people forgot, on March 25th of this year for assault and harassment charges after his then girlfriend Grace Jabari accused him of assaulting her in the backseat of the private car that after she took his phone and read a text message, because apparently he was cheating, because he didn't have the balls to walk away from the relationship he was in. So Grace was in the backseat alongside him. Apparently they had a couple of drinks, hanging out or whatever. He'd been allegedly cheating. She happened to take a gander, as most people do when they're in relationships, and he thought he was being cute and sneaky about it, and she confronted him, and they got to tussling. And then there was a whole situation where they said that, you know what, she showed an injury to her middle finger. He because she was being nosy, and he snatched the phone back. They said he hit her on the back of the head and then tried to force her back into the car, causing a cut behind her ear. But yes, and then all of a sudden, we need to also point out that, yeah, he was found not guilty of one count of intentional assault in the 3rd degree and one count of aggravated harassment in the 2nd degree. So I don't think he intended to hit her. I just think it was just a reaction because she was all up in his stuff. He was out here cheating. She happened to look and see that you wasn't being faithful. You was talking to another woman, because you didn't have the balls to break up the relationship. And he said that in that interview that he did. I forgot, who was it with? Robin Roberts, where he was just like, you know what, I should have walked away when I had the opportunity, but I was afraid to. I didn't have the courage to do that. So he let it escalate to this point. And when people are under the influence, these things happen. And the thing with Robert Downey Jr., to compare them to the situation, Robert Downey Jr. was a drug addict who hit his rock bottom and was blacklisted from Hollywood for years until Kevin Feige and them over at the MCU took a chance on him. Now, I'm not all that excited about him with the Dr. Doom thing. I already said there's plenty of other actors out there that should be playing this role. But here we are, because the whole Kang thing was set up to be the big bad for the rendition of the phases. And what happened is, because now y'all got to go at the drawing board and everything is a disarray and it's a mess, and y'all trying to figure out how to reshape the future of the MCU, let's go to familiar territory and bring in one of the highest, the biggest name, names, the biggest name in the industry, someone who was affiliated with the MCU that helped launch the 1st, the 2nd, and the 3rd phases, because Iron Man was the first show out the gate. So with that being said, yeah, we're going to go to familiar territory so that way everybody get excited and we could build this whole Dr. Doom situation, even though we already said that, because we know that Fantastic Four is coming, because they're about to, I think they started shooting it already. So let's bring him in it, and that's familiar territory. And I already told y'all my feelings on it, and some people say, well, you ain't never read a comic. It ain't about the fucking comics, because quiet as it's kept, people in Hollywood don't even follow the comics all the damn time. They change things up all the time. We're talking about cinematic films. We're talking about the Marvel Cinematic Universe. I'm not talking about Marvel damn comics, because that don't necessarily mean they're going to follow what's in the comic. And y'all don't even know if they're going to be turning Robert Downey Jr. is playing a variant of Tony Stark. So anyway, and then also, let's not get started on Ezra Miller. Ezra Miller got a laundry list of things that he was doing. Remember when he went and he was fighting in the bar, and then there was a point where he stole them people guns, and I think there was like people in the house, and it was a whole hostage situation. I don't have a whole laundry list of all the things that Ezra Miller has done, but Ezra Miller was in some deep mess and was getting arrested. And remember when they went to Iceland and got into that whole assault situation of the woman in the bar. So, but then people are trying to time it with, oh, but they let him continue to do the Flash. I'm like, the Flash is already done. The only time they kept having him come in was for the reshoots. There was no way in hell that Warner Brothers was going to spend, after they already spent damn near over $200 million to put this first movie together, that they were going to come in and spend more money to bring in a whole new actor to reshoot everything. Are y'all crazy? Hollywood they ain't doing that. Bad enough we already got a situation that came out now where Disney is laying off hundreds of employees, including in the reality department. I was going to say probably because they all that money that went to Robert Downey Jr. and the Russo brothers, y'all had to make all them damn cuts. But that's a whole nother department. So Hollywood is struggling right now because they overpaying these actors or whatever, and y'all with y'all balloon budgets. You spending $400 million on a movie budget is not a guarantee that people will come to see it. How about working on the script and everything first? So I totally understand this. I don't like the whole comparison of, oh, well, it's not fair that he's doing what happened to him, but then y'all didn't do the same thing to Robert Downey Jr. and the same thing to Ezra Miller. We're not going to make this that coded racial black versus white, because that's not what this is. Ezra Miller's still paying for what he's at. Have y'all seen him in a movie since The Flash? Hollywood ain't fucking with him. He's in his blacklist era right now, too. And The Flash had to come out because The Flash is already done. They weren't going to go in and do a whole nother reshoot to bring a whole nother actor in. In a perfect world, that would have been great, but that would have ballooned the budget up even more. And they still would have seen a loss, which we ended up seeing happening anyway, because even though The Flash did what it did, it's still considered a box office flop. Hence why they had to rejudge everything. And now we have James Gunn has taken over and is coming out with their own cinematic universe. We got the DCU. Sidebar, shout out to James Gunn, who just wrapped 2 days ago Superman. I'm excited for that. So I guess we'll be getting reshoots or whatever, and possible reshoots, because I saw David Corden sweat. You did eat that big old brownie when you was revealing that you had rap playing Superman as well. I said, don't get too comfortable, because if you got to come in and do a reshoot or something or whatever, because they always put money aside for that, then you can come in and look. You don't want to end up with a little old flabby gut. So I know he was just being cute or whatever on social media, because it's like he's just letting people know he was done. It's not like he's going to eat a whole pan of brownies for the next couple of weeks. So I say all this to say, Jonathan Majors, while I understand this whole thing, I just feel like you missed the point. You yet again coming out here whining and complaining. It's about, well, I wish them the best or whatever, but I love playing Kang. And let's be clear. First of all, they didn't write his character all that great. When it was in Quantumania, I hated the way they worked the Kang character in that film. That movie wasn't even that good. And don't even get me started on the second season of Loki. So while you may love Kang, the way that Kang was written and the way that Kang was represented in the franchise thus far was a chop. So, and it wasn't working. And now Disney has to go back to the drawing board and figure out what to do, which is why they're trying to, they're what is it? Swimming upstream without a paddle? Swimming upstream without a paddle. And that's where they are at this point. So, Deadpool and Wolverine so far got them on the right track, but they still have a long way to go to get back in the good graces of the public, where they trust, like, okay, are we gonna get a steady amount of good MCU movies? So it's only a matter of time of that. But yeah, I get it, sir, but no, you need to take a couple of more lashings before you're allowed back in the good graces of Hollywood. You got to learn your lesson, and that's just the way it is, especially in accountability culture. And look, he's got a movie coming out that he's supposed to be working on, so he may not be a part of the MCU, but he is still getting work. So I say all this to say, what do y'all think of this topic? Are y'all with the biases and y'all getting the whole thing, or you just saying like Jonathan Majors, child, you calling TMZ is not going to help your situation? So let me know what y'all think of this story in the comments down below. Now, speaking of comments, let's get to some of them. So you said Robin Tunney had to wear, oh yeah, that wig was terrible. And I do love Empire Records. That is like one of my all-time favorites. Say no more, no more. I do love that movie. That was like one of my all-time favorite movies. Whenever that movie comes on, I have to watch it. So But then yeah, Robin Tunney, yeah, I forgot she did shave her head in that movie, but that wig was terrible. And you said, well, what did he expect? Stupid. Okay. Shout out to CC Peterson. She had a song called Stupid. And I remember like Wendy Williams used to use that bit stupid of her singing it as a part of a bit for her show, like a sound effect. Domestic violence versus drugs. Ezra Miller wasn't forgiven. He was canceled. Exactly. It's like, Ezra Miller was never forgiven, so I don't know where they got that from, but y'all just thought, let's just pull some actors who've been in some controversy and make me seem like I'm on your side to get get an opinion out of you. And even though I felt in Jonathan Major's comments that he was trying to be diplomatic and very politically correct in what he was saying, of course he's pissed off that he's out of a job, that he was coming. But sir, you should have known that was coming. Like, why? Even look. Even Ray Charles could have told you that. And in the words of Kennedy Davenport, he's blind and dead. So I don't know why you thought that you was going to end up still employed. Sadly, yeah, he doesn't come across. Yeah, that's what I said. Everything about him just comes across phony. It said like the fake. Damn, I can't drink no more water. I've been taking sips all day. If I keep it up, I have to run to the bathroom midstream. You said, oh, yeah. Shout out to Simone Biles, who just won all around gold, as she should, because she is a force of nature. I'm glad y'all keeping me up with the Olympics. Everyone in Hollywood seems to be struggling, except because A24 is smart. They're doing things on a budget. They do these small budget horror films, and not just horror films, but they dabble in all kinds of stuff. Because look, well, I guess it kind of was a horror film. Civil War kind of was a horror film. It's kind of like the world I thought was going to end up if Trump become president. Civil War was a good movie. That's an A24 film, so they make these really good high concept movies, but they do it on such a tiny budget. I love A24. I gotta say, Neon is stepping their pussy up and coming right up on the heels of A24 in regards to their content. So, the smaller studios, I'm here for that. Everything don't have to be a major budget. Everything don't got to be $200 million. A $200 million movie budget, and then you paying the actors $100 million. Like, for why? He said Warner didn't let him promote The Flash. Why? Well, because they couldn't, because of all the controversy. Watch Ariana be told to stay at home. So the focus. I mean, if they probably gonna have her come out, but they really gonna have to be like, what is it, like really coach her and be like, these are the things you can and cannot say. Like, you can't go off script. You need to stick to whatever it is, the questions and all this other stuff. You can't be out here talking about licking donuts and Jeffrey Dahmer having dinner with him and all this other foolishness that she be saying. That sense of humor that you have, keep it amongst your friends. But when you out here, you can't. You said to participate in the campaign. They're gonna have her out there. They have to, because Ariana Grande will be the selling point. Yeah, you have Cynthia Erivo and all these other people, but Ariana Grande being a pop star, she has to be the selling point of that movie, because you want the Arianators to come out and watch it. Charlie XCX announced guests with Billie Eilish. Word is a diss at Taylor is happening on Billie versus about blocking her number one. Girl, I love you, but you don't have the Swiftie. Because the word is Taylor is expecting 13 non-consecutive number one on Billboard 200. Well, apparently she has the industry on lock. But y'all, I can't wait to get to that one about 50 Cent throwing shade at Beyonce. That was a cackle. I was like, that's after the true reveal Eminem tried and flopped badly despite wait, did it? They didn't like it? Well, I will say this. There were some songs on the album I liked. I will admit, I've only listened to the album twice, and then I kind of moved on. Because it's like Eminem's giving Eminem. The songs was cute or whatever, but then the whole thing about him going in on trans people and making those comments about, the same, like, it felt like you were just hitting the same beats over and over. It got a little stale. So that's probably what it is. And he'll go out, where he'll tour. I'm sure he'll tour. And the tour will do really well. He could he could perform those new songs. But to be honest, there wasn't a lot of really good music that came out last month. You saying July was dead month, even August, so expected Taylor summer. Yeah, so I think like September is like the big month. Like I told y'all, like September hits, it's gonna be insanely busy, especially for me at work, because everybody's gonna be touring. in September, including Charlie XCX and Troye Sivan. A show I'm actually looking forward to. They said a song comes out in 4 hours. What song? You said it comes out in 4 hours at 6 p.m. Wait, what song are we talking about? Oh, you talking about the song that with oh my god, Charlie XCX and Billie Eilish? You said Civil War was an excellent movie, but to throw some shade, it could never be. First of all, I can only that's a one and done for me. I cannot watch Civil War is not a movie that I can watch multiple times. I saw that in IMAX and in the theater in IMAX. I was like, it was just a lot with that movie, especially that scene. I won't give it away if y'all haven't seen it. There's a one particular scene in that film that was just like, especially when they were asking the people if they was American, the Asians. I was like, nope, no ma'am. And then the third act where they're going in trying to get the president, who's supposed to be a Trump-esque like president. That third act was crazy. So it's also something about how they were trying to get Taylor to make a speech at the DNC. I don't think she's going to do it though. I think it's like the forcefulness of it all, because you hear a lot of people talking about, oh well, wait until Taylor jumps on and wait until Beyonce. And I feel like Beyonce gave her stamp of approval by giving Beyonce gave the Freedom song that she had with Kendrick Lamar that she let the DNC use. So she does her little subtle stuff. She don't want to come out flat out, I guess, unless it benefits her in some way. But Taylor and Beyonce would be the ultimate endorsement. That's why they had Megan Thee Stallion, but Megan Thee Stallion, I know a lot of people had mixed feelings on the whole Megan Thee Stallion and Atlanta performance, twerking the body, and people are taking issue with that. So, but I had no problem with it. I'm like, first of all, it's Atlanta. They all gonna shake their ass and watch themselves while they out there showing what you're working with. It's like, what you expect from Atlanta, the black capital of the world. So, well, I should say Black Hollywood. So they're going to do all of that up in there. Black people can't help the fact that they're going to shake their behind us some music. And shout out to the little white boy that I've been seeing that's making the viral rounds that was up there reciting Not Like Us. Child of Drake, they hate you out here. Because that Not Like Us song, ooh. And they said, I remember hearing one time, they said that Drake finally found a state or whatever that don't play that song. Drake is such a cornball. Although I would put it in my mouth though. I'd go down on him. It's like I'd hit it. That's just my slut sign talking. But anyway, even though he corny, I'd swallow. So he said, well, culturally speaking, Charlie XX is making more moves right now than Taylor. It's a brat summer, the Kamala thing, but I don't see anyone saying anything about a tortured poet. Exactly. It's like Taylor, I'm still trying to understand, like, how is it that, is it because she's in the media so much? Like, who's continuously buying up this album? I would think, like, her fans already have the record. Like, who else is buying it? Is she pulling in new people or whatever? Because I do hear, like, there's, culturally speaking, Charlie XCX has it on lock. Everybody's talking about Brat Summer. Everybody's talking about the album. I even seen Jennifer Lopez wearing a shirt that had like Brat Summer on it. So she's even jumping in on the situation. So, but yeah, ain't nobody really talking about Taylor Swift. The only time I hear about Taylor is when she's in the news. And her and Travis Kelce is off doing something, or Travis Kelce is in the news about something, and now he's trying to get some podcast deal or whatever. So that's all I be hearing. And so they said the same with the gray bodies. I'm glad you knew what I was talking about. It said Jonathan Majors abused women, Robert Downey Jr. abused himself, apples and oranges. Absolutely. And that's what they're going in on. And plus, people need to realize that when Robert Downey Jr., what happened to him, that happened over a decade ago. And social media and the whole accountability thing isn't what it was back then as it is now. So the whole trying to compare that is null and void. And the whole thing with with Ezra Miller, that's fresh too. And you haven't seen Ezra out here in no new movie or getting parts or whatever. I think he's been blackballed too. Hardcore Swifties know she's a Democrat and she didn't support Trump, even if she loses a couple of fans. And it'll be a couple, basically. They said the lame conservative people that have a problem with Meghan twerking. I think even some black folks had a problem with it. I'm like, this ain't the time of the place. Oh, it's ratchet. I'm like, child, get off my line with the bullshit. Like, first of all, Megan is Megan. The body is sickening. And, you know, her performing at the dance, what you expect? Y'all want them to just stand there and just be all like spewing hate? We should be out here celebrating. And that's what we as people of color do. When we celebrate, we dance. We shake our behinds. We do all those things. We can't just, we need to stop getting to this place where we worry about what those people over there think. They already have their belief. They already believe what they believe. Trust and believe. The maggots already don't like black folks. They feel the way they feel about anybody that don't look or act like them. So let's stop trying to always worry about what those people over there think about us, because we already know what they give. They show signs of it all the time. We need to stop as minorities in any demographic. If you're a woman, if you're homosexual, if you're trans, if you're black, if you're any other race outside of being a white heterosexual male, they don't care about nobody else. You are other to them, and they don't give a shit. They're gonna spew all their BS, but if you don't look and act like them, they don't care about you. So stop trying to shuck and jive and appease them. But anyway, let's move on with the show and get into this stage since we're speaking about Marvel, the MCU, and all this other stuff. So Jamie Lee Curtis has been out recently promoting this Borderlands movie, which, no shade, I think that movie gonna flop. I've seen the trailers; it does not look appealing to me. Now, don't get me wrong, and could be also because Kevin Hart's in it. You know, I don't like him, but I do want to see it. But anyway, in hell, I'm taking my ass to the theater and watching it. Sidebar, I just remembered Trap is out tomorrow. I need to see that, and I want to see Alien Romulus. Those are the only two that's on my to-do list in August of movies I want to see. Borderland is not one of them. So anyway, Jamie Lee Curtis, apparently while she was being interviewed, threw some shade at the MCU. So because they said her feud with them is officially entered phase 2. So the 65-year-old actress plays Tannis in the upcoming video game adaptation of Borderlands, and it comes out on August 9th. And she took part in a group video interview for MTV. At one point in the interview with the actress, along with Edgar Ramirez, who stars in Atlas, Florian Munteanu stars in Krieg, I don't know what that movie is, and director Eli Roth, who you know directed Thanksgiving and the Hostel films. She was randomly asked what phase the Marvel Cinematic Universe is currently in. Without hesitation, Curtis, who was filming Freaky Friday 2 when Lindsay Lohan, simply said bad, which caused interviewer Josh Horowitz and her castmates to crack up laughing. Curtis has never starred in an MCU movie and seemingly never will, since this isn't the first time she's thrown some shade towards the MCU. Now, 2 years ago, when she was promoting her future Best Picture winner, Everything, Everywhere, All at Once, Curtis took another stab at Marvel. She took to her Instagram in May of 2022, sharing an image of the New York Times review of Marvel's Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness, which also leans on multiverse themes like her film. The review from longtime NYT critic A.O. Scott stated that EEAAO's multiverse had infinitely more wit and imagination than Doctor Strange 2's version. Well, quiet as it's kept, they absolutely are correct. So I didn't particularly care for Doctor Strange 2. There were moments of it that I liked, but for the most part, it felt like a Sam Raimi movie disguised with Doctor Strange. Like Doctor Strange done stepped into a Sam Raimi movie. That's what it felt like to me. Like it was giving very much Evil Dead tease and all that other stuff. It did not feel like a Doctor Strange movie. So Curtis said in the caption, "Truth alert, at Everything Everywhere movie is marvelous. It had a deep beating heart and brilliant visual effects, extraordinary performances, and fantastically beastly fight scenes." Fantastic beastly fight scenes. First of all, you should have compared your movie to no Fantastic Beasts. That shit is trash too. And I heard they're making another one. Why are they doing that? Ain't nobody watched the other ones. So anyway, what she said was, to get back to the thing, extraordinary performances and fantastic beastly fight scenes. And it cost less than the entire craft service budget on Doctor Strange or any other Marvel movie. She added her post, "Competitive? Fuck yes. I wasn't head cheerleader in high school for nothing. And P.S. Our movie has a dynamite dildo fight scene, as well as a very erotic hot dog hand making dance and rocks." Now the actress even added the hashtag I guess I will never be cast in a Marvel movie to her post. Everything Everywhere All at Once went on to gross 139.4 million from a budget estimated between 14 million and 25 million. It received glowing reviews from critics, 93% on Rotten Tomatoes, and it would go on to win 7 Oscars, including Curtis's first for Best Supporting Actress. So, and then what we should point out also, Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness will go on to earn 955 million worldwide, so it's almost hit $1 billion, a little couple of coins short of $1 billion, and their budget was 350 million. So I'm not a mathematician, but even with a budget being close to $400 million and 955 million worldwide, I mean, yeah, you made the budget back and everything, but still, if you're going to put that kind of budget into a film, I think they would want you to hit at least $1 billion, not 955 million. Even though it's close to it, it's the same thing like with the Fast and the Furious. Like the budget for that last one was damn near $400 million, and they only brought in a little over 700. So yeah, while you made your budget back, it's still in the eyes of the studios not enough. So it did well enough, but it wasn't like a full-out blockbuster. So speaking of this, Borderlands, which is based on the game, I should say that it sold over 77 million copies worldwide, as one of the best-selling video game franchises of all time. Although when I seen the trailer, I'm just not that excited for it. She also stars alongside Cate Blanchett, Kevin Hart, Jack Black, Ariana Greenblatt, Haley Bennett, Gina Gershon, and Janina Javankar. So a couple of names in here, I'm like, the characters and everything is good, but I mean the actors who are in it is cute or whatever, but the movie doesn't look like it's going to be that great. And I have a strange feeling in my gut that it's not. But I should point this out. Now, after Jamie Lynn said what she said, and no shade, but I kind of agree with her. Like, she ain't wrong in her assessment of the MCU. She did take to social media earlier today because the story actually came out yesterday, and she apologized. She said, "My comments about Marvel was stupid and I will do better." This is what she wrote in a statement on social media. "I reached out to Kevin Feige and will no longer play in that mudslinging sandbox of competition we call the internet, nor will I engage in the toilet paper promotion or gameplay that is designed for clicks, not content." So there you have it. That's what she said. And even though I will say that I agree with Jamie Lee on some of her stuff, like, yeah, the MCU has been a mess. It's like, yeah, we're not going to discount, everything that came before Endgame. But post Endgame, we cannot deny that the MCU hasn't been a disjointed mess. Unfocused mess. It's been all over the place. Y'all had shows over here on the streaming service. You had the movies over here. And then before, when we were watching the MCU stuff, we didn't have to be like, well, you had to go watch the show over at Disney Plus to know what the hell's going on in this movie. And then I'm sitting there like confused with stuff. So I love the fact that even in the the first 3 phases, I didn't necessarily have to watch every movie to know what was going on. But they found a way to interlink it in the Avengers films, because I didn't watch all the MCU movies. There were certain ones I was like, it's not for me, but they would mention a little line or something that would have me all caught. I was like, okay, now I got it. So I didn't have to go watch that to know what the hell's going on. So you make a reference and that whole thing. Same thing they did with Deadpool and Wolverine, where they made a reference to an episode specifically when Deadpool goes and makes a comment about a specific episode of Loki. Oh, was this episode in this time? So I was like, yeah, I got it. I didn't have to watch that episode or that season to know what the hell's going on. So I like when they do that, rather than me having to sit and watch a whole damn season to be disappointed, like I was with the Acolyte. So I say, well, let's just say, what do y'all think of this team? Are y'all here for what Jamie Lee Curtis had to say? And look, you know what? I understand that Hollywood always got to be diplomatic and you got to be politically correct and a lot of the things you say. But I live for a little shade from competition and actors saying the things that most people won't say because they worried about getting apart. And Jamie Lee Curtis is fine. She'll always get work. She may not get work in the MCU unless maybe Deadpool will pull her in some shit and use it as a joke. But I don't see her doing all, and I'm sure she's fine. Like Jamie Lee will always have a gig coming. Like I said, she's filming with Lindsay Lohan. She's doing Freaky Friday too. Hope that don't suck. And other things I'm sure she has down the pipeline. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Okay, so I saw that. Like you said, Megan was doing DNC is about celebrating her sensuality, which Megan has. And the funny thing is, I was having a conversation with a friend of mine too about this yesterday, and we were talking about the whole Megan thing because she did a song called. I said it's the other thing. She did Body. She was up there showing off her body in the blue, being sexy, whatever the case was, because the whole Republican thing has always been about trying to take away the rights of women. People need to stop just looking at what somebody's wearing and somebody's doing and look at the bigger picture. Why did she choose body of all people? Because Republicans are trying to tell women what to do with their own bodies. They're trying to prevent all kinds of abortions, even after rape and incest. You had Trump out here talking about that Democrats are allowing death of babies even after childbirth. I'm like, huh? How? How do you have an abortion like when you bring the baby in the world? I've never heard that being a thing. Does he not know how pussy works? I mean, you stuck your dick up in enough of them. So I don't understand how you don't know how vaginas work. I guess as long as he knows he could just do whatever he want to women and treat them like the cattle that in his mind they are, then he could just do whatever. He don't need to be concerned about what women's rights and things are. So I just don't understand that whole thing. So it was like, yeah, it was about the song the reason why she chose it is because it was about taking autonomy of women's bodies and that sort of thing. So it was about embracing your body, loving your body, and knowing that if these Republicans get in office, this is what's going to happen. The Project 2025 thing, and that man could step down and they could put on that little dog and pony show and talk about, oh well, the person that came up with Project 2025 has stepped down. That don't necessarily mean y'all not still going to make that shit go into place if you become president. So people can step down and all this other mess that they want. Y'all can distance yourself from it as long as you want, as much as you want. But that don't necessarily mean that y'all not gonna actually put it forth once you get in office. Like, stop it. A lot of us aren't as dumb as you may think. I mean, maybe your base is, but for the most part, we aren't. A lot of us are a lot smarter than we're given credit for. They said Jamie Lynn just made an apology about her comments on Marvel. My comments about Marvel were stupid and I will do better. Or you meant Jamie Lee. You said she acting like she got canceled or something. Maybe people just dragging her on social media. I don't know. I wasn't really following like if people were responding to her comments in a negative way and people got on her. Maybe her publicist was the one that was like, girl, you need to apologize and stop being messy. But I've always liked that Jamie Lee Curtis has always been somebody who says it like she means it. Like I've always been following her career in that way, that she's very much the opposite of Laurie Strode. She's not this meek, shy little whatever. She's very much opinionated. And so I love it. But she basically was saying what we was all thinking. They was a mess. They have been a mess. I mean, Deadpool makes a whole, like, there's a plethora of jokes about Marvel being in the shitter and 20th Century Fox. You know, and made little Warner Brothers jokes at the expense of Henry Cavill. And there's jokes about freaking Ben Affleck at the expense of Jennifer Garner. Like, there's a whole bunch of stuff that goes on that's in the movie that's jokes that I'm surprised they got away with it. But Jamie Lee Curtis said something, y'all mad? And you said, I mean, she's not wrong. The MCU is quite literally in a bad phase compared to where they were 5 years ago. She spoke facts. I still don't like her though. That Marvel don't need her ass. She can keep not being of the killer. Oh, you talking about when you call Halloween a tragic remake? Well, I did like Halloween 2018. Halloween Kills is just like one long ass killing spree for no damn reason. And then Halloween Ends. I do like the concept that came up with Corey Carpenter, I think was his name. Corey Cunningham. I do like the whole idea surrounding that, but I just feel like y'all didn't set Corey up enough for him to even warrant a solo movie. So Halloween Ends, while it is a good Halloween film, if it was in its own little universe, like if y'all were doing like some separate thing where it was like every new Halloween movie was sort of like this anthology type thing, if it would have worked in that way, it would have been way better. But the way they set that up, it just didn't work for that film, especially when you led up all these things that are supposed to go on from Halloween 2018 to Halloween Kills. We were expecting a big showdown and Halloween Ends, and it just felt, I'm like, what is this? This ain't the same movie. Well, I heard Jamie Lee Curtis is not really a nice person. Well, I've heard those stories too. And like I said, if I want to, I really hope that what they do is with Danielle Harris. That they decided to do another. They revived the whole Halloween thing. They need to do the story regarding Jamie Lloyd. We want a Jamie Lloyd trilogy, legacy sequel, that sort of thing. I know I do. I think a lot of the fans want it. It's giving me Martin Scorsese. I'm sorry of alpha males get their feelings hurt just because Deadpool was successful. Don't mean, you know what? He's been saying a lot of the same stuff. I hate when a lot of these older directors go in and want to bash superhero movies. And that's all they want to make right now. There's plenty of movies that they've been out here making, different IPs, different ideas. People just got to go out and support it. But I think a lot, depending on what it is, like a drama or whatever, it's going to do well at home. Like, I don't know what person in their right mind thought that Horizon, that movie with Kevin Costner, was going to do well in the theater. Who is actually going to go see that? I said that shit should have ended up on like a streaming service or cable. That would, and then I look on Prime Video, and it's literally one of the top 5 movies that people have been watching. Because you have, I think it's on demand or whatever, like VOD or whatever. So it's doing fairly well according to Prime Video in their top of films. So I don't understand who in their right mind thought that who the audience was that was going to watch Horizon in the theater. I always said like this is a made for streaming, made for cable type stuff. And nobody going to no movie to see something about the history of America and no Western. I mean, maybe back in the day when Dances with Wolves came out, but today's climate, no. You said to me, Kevin Feige is forced an apology because he hates everybody criticizing Marvel and their look. Well, he got to learn that, y'all not above reproach. That when you come out with crap, people are going to dog you about it, and rightfully so. I don't know why you would think that nobody would come out and say anything, but anyway. So it's like people praise Jamie Lee Curtis for being like us, wanting to be in bed at a certain time, wanting matinee shows because she's older at 65. But lots of people praise her about being realistic, that some of us being at home where it's safe right now. I need 8 hours. I don't never get 8 hours of sleep. I wish I did, but I don't. I think Deadpool was a reset for Marvel. I feel excited. Yeah, hopefully it's a reset, and hopefully with this, and I felt like that's what the movie was going to be as well, that Deadpool and Wolverine was going to be a reset of everything that's going on, which is the timeline and all other stuff. And I'm like, yeah, that's the way they should have had it, as being a part of that. And let's just hope that they can get things back on the right track, because when Bob Chapek came in, he was more focused on business and getting everything over to, let's hype up Disney Plus and get everybody interested in watching Disney Plus and watching, going to the movies and trying to interlink all of that. And it was just confusing for a lot of people. He said the way movies are is, and then I think also they need to figure out how to get butts in theaters. It can't just be the superhero stuff. Like, movie theaters need to figure out how to get people excited to come to the movies, especially like when I've had these complaints about, if I watch a movie in Prime, not Prime, if I watch a movie at Dolby, if I watch a movie in IMAX, the ticket's expensive, damn near $30. Concession is way overpriced. It's like if I get fries and chicken tenders or whatever the case is, it's literally damn near $30. And with the drink. So it's just things are just too expensive. That's why I'm like, I be following like my grandmother. When we used to go to movies, she used to line her purse with stuff, including some chicken wings. So, she used to bring snacks and all of that. We used to be able to eat. I need to start doing that. He said, yeah, that Bob guy really fucked it. He was more focused on money and quantity instead of quality. Exactly. And that's why I think that they had to go in with a whole rebrand and cut down on a lot of the ideas that they had, that they were going to bring shows on Disney Plus. They had to come in and do all of that. I think they need to do more 4D stuff, like the moving theater seats for Twisters. That was another thing too, that I've been hearing so many people talk about. I don't think we talked about it on the show. I was like, I need to get my butt to a theater to see Twisters. And Twisters, it's like in 40K, and it's like the seats move, and then there's water and mist and wind and all kinds of other stuff. And I actually went to go, I did one of those experiences with oh my God, which movie did I say? It was the last Thor, Love and Thunder. I was disappointed with that movie, as y'all could tell from many times I talked about it. So I was like, you know what? I didn't try it again because I'm like, yeah, if y'all gonna do something like that, you need to make it more like a real theatrical experience and get people to want to come out and see your film. So if you do that with Twisters, I think that really got people excited to want to see it because they want to have that experience. It's almost like going on one of those Disney rides. I remember when I went to Disney World back in the day when I was a kid, and they had like a Twister thing. My sister got to be a part of it. I was mad because they picked her and didn't pick me. And, I was the thespian one, the one that was acting and things. So she got picked and she was up there and the thing was shaking and they was in the shed and then the wind and the tornado and it was shaking. She's sitting there laughing. I was like, you are a horrible actress. You get a raspberry. So, I would have, and I wanted to do that, but they picked her. They said Kevin was doing a brilliant job. So I'm glad he's back in charge. Agreed. That's another thing compared to 5 years ago. People don't want to leave to see the movie. I think also that, and also, yeah, because my father told me that he got one of those things where you can hide yourself and then watch movies illegally. um, I think also post COVID, a lot of people don't want to leave the house. I think people have gotten comfortable. We got they did that day and date thing. And then also the theaters, well, I won't say the theaters, the studios have been fucking up because a movie comes out, you gotta wait a couple of weeks, not even a month, and the movie ends up on streaming. They already got A Quiet Place day one on streaming. Well, not streaming, but it's on demand. So if I go right now and I decide to rent, because I don't know if I want to buy it. First of all, I like the Quiet Place movies, but I've never liked them enough to want to like purchase them. I like watch. I went to the movies to see the first one. Second one, I think I waited until it came on like HBO, one of those things, and watched it. This one I've heard like mixed reviews. I do want to see it, but I'll probably pay like the $20 and just rent it. And then also they got Bad Boys for Life is already out. So what's the point of people going to the movies and to see a film when all they got to do is wait a couple of weeks for it to come out, 4 weeks to be exact, a month, and then it's already available to watch at home. I'd rather watch it in the confines of my house. I remember I had a conversation with my roommate. He said, I ain't going to no damn movies. I'll just wait until, he said, I'm going to watch it on, I forgot what he called it, because it was like, when it comes to like watching things, I think he named it after himself or whatever, because his name was Rick. So, some people they're like, I'm gonna just watch it on my TV at home. I don't need all those bells and whistles. Then you got to deal with people talking, and then you got to deal with all kinds of disrespect, and then people. This is too much. Sometimes the movies can be too much. But depending on the film, if I don't want the spoilers, like I had to with Deadpool and Wolverine, I had to go the day of. Same thing with Scream. I don't be wanting the reveal because people will reveal stuff on social media. So I make it a point to get my ticket opening night. So that way I know and I'd be surprised. And the good thing about me not knowing much about Deadpool and Wolverine was I went in the theater and saw it and I was genuinely surprised by the cameos. I did not know a lot of the cameos. There was some I had heard rumblings of because they were saying, they were spotted on set. But for the most part, there were some cameos in the film that I was genuinely surprised by. So I was glad I got to feel that experience rather than people spoiling it. Because I hate spoilers. Even though that's what they do now in freaking trailers. I'm not going to the cinema to get wet. Well, look, some people do be up in there getting wet. And I'm talking about another way. We all be up in there hunching in the theater. But, I mean, if that's what you're paying for, then you already know what to expect. I said, did you see the deleted scene from A Quiet Place day one? Oh, yeah, I did hear, not a sister. I did hear about that. Joseph Quinn's character was confirmed to be gay in the film, and that's what irritates me about these movies or whatever. If a character is in like an action movie, whatever case, and it just so happens to be gay, why can't they get that representation? Why gotta be, it's a deleted scene, or it's an alluding to, or it's revealed in an article? It's like, why? Because y'all afraid of what people are gonna think if they see a gay character on TV and then he's kissing his boyfriend. I'm like, homosexuals exist. We want to see diversity in film. So I don't understand why that part just irritates me. But I would love to have seen Eddie Munson making out with a dude. So anyway, let's move on and let's talk about this whole Oscars thing with Jimmy Kimmel apparently not returning to the Oscars as the host. So apparently word got out that he's not returning, but look, they said they've been looking for a whole lot of people and a lot of people done turned it down. So 4 months after the Oscars aired on ABC, the Academy of Motion Pictures Arts and Sciences is already trying to lock down their 2025 host to no avail of yet. Now, Jimmy won't be back as next year's Oscar host, and John Mulaney also passed on the gig. Now, Kimmel, who's 56, has hosted the Academy Awards 4 times, including the ceremony held earlier this year. However, he declined to return as MC for the 2025 Oscars, and this is according to People. Now, Mulaney, 41, who hosted the Academy's 14 Governors Awards in January, was approached to be host, but declined, a source tells People. The comedian was a memorable presenter at the 2024 ceremony, performing a Kevin Costner-approved bit about Field of Dreams. Costner praised Mulaney's hilarious moment on stage, previously telling People, "I couldn't believe that guy. Amazing. I watched it a second time. What a chance, because there's always people in the Oscars trying to rush you." And he went fast, but what he said, I was very touched by it. I should talk to him because I was really impressed. He was a genius. So now reps from Kimmel and Mulaney did not immediately respond to a request for comment. And this is what? Are we in the 97th annual Oscars? So they said March 2nd is when it comes out. Look, first of all, y'all got plenty of time to do all of this. I know y'all did stuff before with Regina Hall, Wanda Sykes, and Amy Schumer. That was a miss. Now, in regards to this whole situation, in regards to Jimmy Kimmel and John Mulaney, them and John Mulaney is under some. First of all, here's the thing: when it comes, I feel like whoever they choose as the host, people on social media make it so hard because y'all will sit and start turning into sleuths, and y'all will start digging up people's past. I don't think John Mulaney's a good idea. While he's a great comedian, whatever the case is, didn't he leave his wife for Olivia Munn? Or one of them? Like, I remember hearing that story of he left his wife for another actress. And I think Olivia Munn, or it might be Olivia Wilde, one of y'all. I can't remember. It was one of the Olivias. But I feel like a lot of times, maybe what is going on is the whole thing with what happened with Will Smith and the slap and all this other stuff, that people are feeling kind of ways. Everybody's nervous, they're spooked, and people are just that, everybody's walking on eggshells. And then on top of that, it's like whenever y'all pick a comedian, the sleuth's got to get the sleuthing, and y'all want to sit and talk about what somebody did 15 years ago, and y'all want to hold it over their head, and you want to cancel them. We had the same thing when when they had Kevin Hart came out and he was supposed to host, and then of course y'all started bringing up a lot of the homophobic stuff he said, and then he wound up not being able to do it because the how you doing police decided to come out and bring out their glittered pitchforks and their torches and wanted to hold his feet to the fire. Now, I can't stand Kevin Hart, and y'all feelings is warranted, but the fact of the matter is when y'all just continuously try to pull away people from doing the things that they want to do, there ain't gonna be nobody left. So I feel like at this point, everybody's just scared to come out and want to do these things. Maybe they need to just make it more or less, maybe they just need to find a way to revamp the Oscars and the way people watch them. Maybe have actors come in and do the bits and the skits and host. I was actually watching John Campia's show yesterday, and shout out to him. And he did bring up something. I was like, you know what? That would probably be a good idea. But they also said they probably would never do it. What about, because of the success of Deadpool and Wolverine, they picked Ryan Reynolds and Hugh Jackman? Because while Ryan Reynolds is the funny ha-ha one, and I did see Kayla Says did do one how people fell out of love with Ryan Reynolds. So I don't know if that's going to be a good idea. But look, with all this money that Deadpool and Wolverine made, why not get Ryan Reynolds? And when you look at Hugh Jackman, he's a song and dance guy. He gets up there, he's a good actor, very good looking in real life. And he can act his ass off, and he can sing and dance. So maybe y'all need to kind of bring that old Hollywood aesthetic to new Hollywood, and maybe bring in some hosts that are not only actors but also have that whole theatrical song and dance type of thing, because you got to entertain the audience. But I don't know. I just think like maybe they're gonna have a hard time, not even for them, but I feel like all the award shows, like it's always seemed like they struggle with the VMAs, they struggle with they had Taraji P. Henson do the BET Awards, and everybody seemed to like when she did it, but except for when she was talking about Project 2025, and I know people got mad over that. But look where we are now versus when she first talked about it. I told you, us Virgos, we the ones that really will put some shit out there, and y'all be wanting to throw the tomatoes, and then weeks later, when the true tea exposes itself, you know, we don't like to admit when we don't always want to brag and boast that we right, but you know. So I feel like at this point, with all the award shows and stuff that's going on, it's like the MTV Awards be struggling, the VMAs and the movie awards. You have and all these award shows that's going on. So yeah, it's like it's saying that they're all struggling trying to find a comedian, or whatever, because of the way the internet and everybody is now with the fake outrage and wanting to cancel people and stuff, y'all making it real hard for celebrities to want to come out and actually get on camera and host. Like, y'all making it real hard for them to find a host. So I don't know where they need to go at this point. I don't think the hostless thing works. I don't think that angle works. It would be nice if we could have some comedians, but y'all be ready to cancel any comedian that say any little thing that rubs y'all the wrong way. So at this point, I really don't know who they pick, but whoever they do pick, when they decide on a host, I'll just give my opinion on how I feel about it. But it's all, to me, I don't be caring about the host. I just care about what movies y'all nominate, because as the guy that went to film school and the movie buff, I'm just curious of what movies y'all gonna pick. Hopefully they do pick Civil War as one of the films that's up for an Oscar contender, among others. Maybe they could maybe they can even nominate Long Legs with Micah Monroe and Nicolas Cage. I know it's horror, whatever, it's like a lot, but y'all can milk it and twist it and turn it into a psychological thriller like y'all did with Silence of the Lambs. Silence of the Lambs was a horror film, but you know Hollywood. I mean, you know the Oscars, when they uppity behinds, they want to sit up here and say, it's a psychological thriller. It's a damn horror movie. You know my line with that. But anyway, so whatever y'all think, who do y'all think, I should say, would make a good host for the Oscars? Maybe we should get Will Smith. But we can't. He's been banned for like 8 years. Haven't 2 years passed already? So I think it's like 8 years, or maybe it's 9 years. Because I remember it was 2 years, I think, since the slap. But 1 year so far, he's been banished in the 10-year thing. So I think it's 9 years already. It'll come up on 8 in 2025. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Oh, you said there wasn't a host for the 2021 Oscars. I think RDJ would be good, but his price is probably going to be high. I don't think they get paid to do to host the Oscars. I think that's a free thing. I may have to check into that, but I think for award shows they don't get paid. But it's like, sir, you have enough damn money, especially what you're about to make from being in Doctor Doom. I mean, being Doctor Doom in the 2 movies, and allegedly that he's supposed to appear sooner than we realize in the as Doctor Doom. So I'm thinking post-credit scene for Fantastic Four, which they're started to film already, but I'm having a feeling that they probably already secretly filmed, Robert Downey Jr.'s post-credit scene. Which would be weird if they would do that before they start filming principal photography with the entire cast. But I'm thinking, like, when he does appear in the post-credit scene, that it's a solo thing, kind of similar to like what they did with Thanos. So I'm thinking that. You said John Cena. Well, I like John Cena. And John Cena was pretty funny when he came out during that bit last year. So I would like to see him. Ryan and Hugh would be good choices. Mm-hmm. And you said the Will Smith effect has cursed the Oscars. Get Whoopi Goldberg a cast. Well, not the cast of The View. But yeah, they could call Whoopi Goldberg back. Isn't Billy Crystal still alive? Why don't you have them do it? Maybe I need to look back to the old school Oscar people and stop always thinking about who's young, who's fresh, who's new. And since Whoopi is an Oscar winner and a part of the Academy, y'all should ask her. I'm sure she'd be down to do it. I mean, she's not a threat, except for when she be talking about who on The View. But outside of that, she's loved amongst her Hollywood peers. Me personally, I do like Regina Hall. So they should do like maybe young and new generation. So if they do like a Regina Hall and Whoopi Goldberg co-host, I do like Seth MacFarlane. I also like, first of all, I always thought Seth MacFarlane is so damn sexy. I've always had a bit of a crush on him, and probably because he's funny and I like that twisted sense of humor. But I've always had this big crush on Seth MacFarlane. But also, who else was I thinking of? It'll come to me because I just started thinking about Seth MacFarlane in a sexual way. All of a sudden, I lost my train of thought. But Yeah, I would like Regina Hall. She was the best part of that. Amy Schumer, her unfunny ass. Y'all need to stop asking her to show up to anything, let alone an envelope opening. Stop asking her to be a part of stuff. She ain't funny. So I would like to see a Regina Hall, Whoopi Goldberg as a co-host. I would like to see Seth MacFarlane. I was thinking Ricky Gervais, but they be just like, but Ricky Gervais is a little too edgy, and I like when he was a part of the Golden Globes. But apparently people had a problem with him. Maybe Amy Poehler and the other chick. I don't know, or maybe y'all just need to look at the SNL people. Y'all can get Colin Jost. You can get Scarlett Johansson's husband and maybe get him the host. Maybe they need to look into that. Or you know what, with Kamala Harris and all that other stuff going on, why don't y'all ask Maya Rudolph? Like, look to the SNL comedian types. But Maya Rudolph's very busy right now. Like, between Luke and between her about to be real busy when SNL seasons start up, you know, she might be too busy to do it. I remember when Kevin Hart was supposed to do it, his career was never the same after those tweets resurfaced. Now he's leeching onto Mr. Beast and casting that yeah, that mess. And isn't Mr. Beast under fire over some stuff that just came out? Like, he had the trans co-host, I think, and there was some drama going on with that. And there was some stuff about pedophilia and PDF ilia. Because that's what the people's calling it now. I said, if you can get around that other algorithm, so PDF philia. So that's why I gotta start calling it. There was a whole drama going on with the whole Mr. Beast thing that I've been hearing about, and Castanet is a hot ass mess. I don't particularly care for him either, but yeah, I can see him reaching for that type of audience, and Kevin Hart's always playing the sidekick and stuff. Like I said, he's got that Borderland movie that's coming out next week, so and then he's got his talk show on Peacock. So they said Kevin would have kept his job if he apologized. Yeah, he did. He went. I do remember that he did go on that whole thing, and he doubled down on the passage that he said. Of course, when you talking about you going where a child can go, well, not a child, but if your child is gay, you could knock him upside the head with the dollhouse or whatever that foolishness that he said, and everybody up in there cackling. So we all about abusing children for being something that they can't help that they were the way they were born. Like, get out of here with that. So. And all them homosexuals he work around with, this is how you feel working in Hollywood with all them gays? Unless they're all self-hating. Nothing happened to Kevin's career. I mean, I will say this. It's like, even though he got canceled with the whole Oscars thing, he still has had a steady film career. So I do agree. Nothing really happened to him. I'm over the Oscars, all awards. Well, there's that too. Is that the award shows, and that was the point that I think also we get to the 50 Cent story, which I think is like maybe 3 stories from now. As I'm looking at the windows I got open, that was the point I think he was trying to say too. Like, award shows really don't mean shit these days. So I feel like, regardless of who they pick, that we always hear the stories that the award shows are low rated. We still haven't heard anything regarding the VMAs. Have y'all heard anything about who's nominated, who's performing, who's hosting? And they're supposed to be doing the show not too far from where I live, at the UBS Theater. So I don't know what's going on with this award show. I haven't heard anything. Except Maya Rudolph as Kamala Harris. You can imagine her opening, Mama Love. My name is Kamala. Imagine her opening live for the White House. It's the and Donald Trump gonna be tight. And you know what? I do feel like they need to bring Alec Baldwin back as Donald Trump, because he, in my opinion, is the best Donald Trump. They have to bring him back. Say what you want about Alec Baldwin. I don't think anybody gives a damn about that reality show he got with his wife and them kids. But I definitely want to see him as, you know, I want to see him as Donald Trump. Yeah, I was going to ask you about the Chris Ava thing, but I figured you didn't hear about. Wait, what happened? Oh, you talk about? Oh, yeah. I was like, Chris Ava. I thought maybe you done abbreviated my name. I was like, no. It took me a second. You were talking about the whole thing about Mr. Beast. It took me a minute. You know, sometimes I be having my little airhead moments. You know, I hear about everything, but it wasn't like a big story that I could. That I was just gonna be like, oh yes, make it a part of the show. But of course I heard about the whole Chris Ava and Mr. Beast drama. I said what I meant by never the same. Was you never see Kevin in big blockbusters anymore? Oscar-nominated movies. He stays in the movie, but has a lot of free time to hang out with Trish. Well, yeah, I haven't been following his career like that, but I'm like, maybe you might be onto something. Maybe it's like, yeah, Kevin Hart is steadily working, but he's not on that level of like, okay, now he's being cast in films with Dwayne Johnson as the sidekick and all the other big movies that he was doing then. So yeah, it's like, yeah, he's steadily working, but his career, I guess, hasn't been the same. I mean, yeah, he's got a part in Borderlands, but like, who's actually going to go see that in the theater? Like, y'all expecting Borderlands to bring in Deadpool and Wolverine numbers? I don't think so. That's probably why they dumped it in August, because they know it's a turd. And I like Kate Blanchett, but the movie just does not look good. But anyway, let's move on with the show and get to the big story, which is Cardi B filing for divorce. Is anybody surprised? So apparently, word on the street is, well, it's not word on the street, it's official. Cardi B came out this morning and filed for divorce. But before we get to the divorce situation, I do want to play this clip of courtesy of the Neighborhood Talk of Offset going on social media denying rumors that the reason why, that there was any cheating and stuff going on, because they said that he was spotted out with an ex-girlfriend while he was out gambling. So I do have that clip. We'll go right to it, and then we'll come back and we'll talk. Please hold.
Shorty? Hey, about Shorty. Shorty? Hey, about Shorty.
Okay, we can pause it there because we already know what he said. Shorty ain't his shorty as he smokes on that damn blunt while he out and about wherever he's at. I guess he was in Vegas. So he was denying all the rumors that he was out cheating, whatever the case was. It also further speculated that Cardi B was possibly pregnant because he had mentioned something or another about some 8-month-old girl, whatever, that he was hanging out with, and had people thinking that it was Cardi B. So there was no word on whether or not it was Cardi B. Her team denied it. I was side-eyeing it because I was like, I'm not buying it. Oh, I'm a poet and I know it. So, and I do have the picture where it was confirmed that she was pregnant without her actually coming out and saying, I had everything ready before I went live. And then, of course, a friend of mine that I was on the phone with before we went live with the show was like, Cardi B confirmed the pregnancy. Or was it that somebody in here basically said that Cardi B confirmed the pregnancy? I don't remember. It was probably in the chat that somebody said that Cardi B confirmed the pregnancy. And I already had the pictures and everything ready. So now, according to Page 6, Cardi B and Offset have called it quits again after 6 years of marriage. So she filed for divorce from her estranged husband on Wednesday, her rep confirmed to Page 6. The rep did not provide additional details, but from what was told, they were told that Cardi is seeking primary custody of their children and that this time she is not folding. A source familiar with the situation told Page 6 that the latest rumors Offset cheated were not the straw that broke the camel's back for the Bodak Yellow rapper, saying they've grown apart. That's what drove her to this decision more than anything else, the insider claimed. That is something that she wants to do. Since the start of the couple's marriage, there have been rumors Offset was allegedly unfaithful. Now, just this week, the Migos rapper denied the latest cheating rumors after he was spotted publicly with a woman he apparently had dated in the past. Now, Cardi who was 31, and Offset, who was 32, share a daughter, Culture 5, and son Wave 2. And I wonder what they're going to name the third when she pushed that one out. Now, source said that Cardi's main priority is obtaining primary custody of the two children. There have also been speculation that she's expecting a third child, but Cardi has not publicly confirmed she's pregnant or acknowledged the situation. Well, funny y'all say that because I believe she did acknowledge it. And I have the picture. Please hold. But we don't need to go to that one. We don't need to go to that one. We don't need to go to that one. That's the picture. But I'm going to tell y'all before we get to the picture, this is how I found out them two were still fucking. Because I was working at Madison Square Garden exactly when he was up in here looking like little Edie. And she was out here looking like a little orphan Annie. Or should we say Miss Mamas with the basket. Dorothy from Little Red Riding Hood. That's what she giving. She giving Little Red Riding Hood tees, and he's giving Little Edie with that little scarf on his head. And when I seen them, because they sat right across from me where I was working at the Garden during the playoffs, I remember saying like, okay, now they back together. And this ain't the first time that she's admitted that they was out here. Because remember, back in 2023, she had said that she was over him and all this other stuff. What was it that she said? Hold on. She sent a cryptic message on Instagram saying, you know, when you just outgrow relationships, followed by, I'm tired of protecting people's feelings. I got to put myself first. This is what she said last year before, when she was first alluding to splitting from Offset. And then New Year's, remember when she performed, I think it was like on ABC or whatever. She was out in Miami. People see her and Offset hanging out. The people was dragging her on social media, and she just kind of brushed it off like, oh, well, I needed some dick, so I called my baby daddy. That was her words. See, Cardi is in a place of where she gets to play in the A-list space, but she still got that hood booger mentality. And so here we are with the situation. But last week, she was spotted out on 34th and Broadway in Manhattan. And this was the picture that actually revealed that she was pregnant. She was out here trying to hide the stomach. Her team was trying to hide the stomach by having her out in 90-degree damn weather with a big-ass coat on, leather, and trying to cover her in umbrellas. But if you look close, you can actually see her belly. So she is pregnant. So she's had to come out and confirm it. And then we were seeing her out and about where it was like, y'all were trying to put her in these outfits that were trying to hide the stomach. But we can tell that she's with child. And what I don't understand is, why does she keep getting locked down with a baby with this man? And I hope she don't think that having kids with Offset is going to keep him around. He does not give me the type that wants to be committed to the same pussy for the rest of his life. He look like he just want to be doing whatever he want to do. He want to lay it low and spread it wide with whoever and whomever. And she want to sit out here just be stressed out and upset and talk about, oh, I got to move on. I got to think about me and my children. Like, we keep hearing the same song and dance. It's like, I like Cardi. I like her music. I like her personality. I think she's funny. But when it comes to a lot of the way she moves and a lot of her decisions, she'd be out here looking like a damn dummy. She looked like a straight up donkey. And then when people clown her on it, then she want to go out here and start windmilling against everybody on social media and cussing everybody out and want to threaten to not release her second album. Okay. I mean, quiet as it's kept, I really haven't been keeping up with Cardi and her little songs or whatever the case was. Now, if I happen to hear it, then that's fine. But she's not somebody that is like, oh my God, I must rush to Spotify or Apple Music to listen to whatever song she's dropping. If it just so happens to come up in my peripheral view, then I'll give it a gander and I'll give my opinion. But Cardi got a lot of bigger fish to fry. Once you push this final baby out, that need to be it. And then on top of that, you need to focus on this album that you're supposed to be having coming out, which makes sense of the postponement, because you constantly keep getting knocked up by Offset. So I'm starting to think, if you got a baby coming and they said 9 months, you got this baby coming August, September, because they tried to say it wasn't her. That's what her team was saying, that it wasn't Cardi that was necessarily the one that was the 9-month or 9-month pregnant woman that Offset was referring to, when clearly it was her. So if you plan this out where you got the album coming out in September, October, whatever, then clearly you about to give birth to this baby soon. And we're trying to keep it on the hush. But now you've had to come out and say it because somebody done spilled your business and got this picture. And that's been circulating all over the blogs. And now that picture came out, shout out to TMZ because they had the exclusive photo. So now you had to come out today after all of this stuff and say you was pregnant. But at the end of the day, I'm sorry, a leopard never changed his spots. I wasn't buying for 1 second that you and Offset was going to last. You should have removed yourself from that situation eons ago. And I really wish that there would be people out here, men and women, who got to realize that being in a relationship with somebody, you do not have the magic stuff, the magic coochie or the magic bussy that's going to keep that person around from doing what they do. So at this point, Cardi, go your separate ways. Figure it out what it is you're going to do. Put your kids and stuff first. I understand you was all here talking about how you want dick. And all the other stuff. And I'm going look, that's why they created dildos. That's why they got them little vibrators. You better call Candy up and get some of that bedroom candy. That's what you need to do. And if you want some dick, I'm sure there's these sites and stuff, specifically like the Grinder or the Tinder for rich folks, that you can go out there and get you a man that could break your back. But I'm starting to think, because I remember I was having this conversation, and you know what, maybe he has a high sex drive and Cardi can't keep up. You know, that shit started to change when you start having all them kids, and, you know, women's libidos is different than a man's. So I say all this to say, what do y'all think of this story? Are y'all surprised that Cardi is out here yet again talking about how she's leaving Offset and that they've outgrown each other? I mean, quiet as it's kept, you said you outgrew him in 2023. What changed in 2024? I mean, the dick's still the same. The man's still the same. His behavior's still the same. You thought he was going to change? And clearly he hasn't. So all these other these stories that they've been putting out about, oh, we just, you know, went our separate ways. We're not, you know, we've outgrown each other. I'm not buying it. I'm buying it. Had to be some cheating involved. There had to be a bunch of other stuff involved. But I will say this. I am glad that she didn't get all, you know, crazy and get on social media and start cussing and all that, like she's done many a times in the past whenever Offset has pissed her off. But she's taken it to social media and said all this stuff. She let the people in her camp handle it. She put out a statement, and that's that. The sources have been spilling the tea. She's not coming out here getting all, you know, acting like a belligerent fool over social media, making herself look crazy. And so I do like the fact that she took that route, and she was smart in that sense. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Okay, so now let's move on and look at some of these comments. Adrian says, also, she lied that she was getting ready for her what tour? I mean, first of all, you got to put out music before you go tour. Like, I don't understand how you on tour off of Invasion of Privacy. They ain't enough songs, especially if you're trying to sign an arena. And I will say this, when I saw her during the Megan, I think she was probably pregnant during the Megan Thee Stallion thing, because that outfit she had on was ill-fitting. And it wasn't that long ago when she did the Megan Thee Stallion tour. And I was looking at her too. I was like, she pregnant, but I wasn't sure. And what tour could you possibly coming out with when you haven't really put out new music? Like, you got a couple of singles, and so hold on, because I'm being told read the comments about before. Wait, did we read this one? Oh yeah, we did read that one. But anyway, so let's say also she lied that she was getting ready for her tour. I want the Barbs to stay silent just because Kenneth is loyal. There's a child. Ain't no girl dating a man that have to go to court to get approval to even present to be born. Look, Kevin, and first of all, Kenneth Petty is in a way nother lane of situations that Cardi got to worry about. I mean, not that Cardi, that Nicki got to worry about in regards of versus Offset. Offset is not a convicted felon. Offset does not have no sex offender registry type shit on him. The fact of the matter was he was just toxic for her. And let's be clear that Cardi's cachet got Offset in a lot of those rooms. So maybe he may have had a hand in a lot of her music and doing all other stuff behind the scenes, but Cardi's personality and Cardi and all the other stuff she was doing, it was getting her in those to be sitting front row next to Anna Wintour. It was getting her to get those tickets to go to a Knicks game. They wasn't calling Offset, they was calling Cardi B. I mean, first, quiet as it's kept, I mean, the cameras will go ape shit for her before they go for him. If he was in New York, it would have been like, because I've been in those Knick games where it's like we do the whole roll call of celebrities that'll pop up on the screen, and you hear based off of who the people are, you get the loudest applause and then the mediocre applause. And we do that. I don't know if they do that on TV, because if I'm working a live show, I don't know how they work the whole TV thing. But yeah, when we have like the whole roll call of the montage of celebrities that is actually in the room, that's how that is. And I can't see Offset getting all that energy from just showing up and be able to get front row tickets. Maybe if he would have came with like Drake or some shit, then maybe, because Drake is the bigger name. So she said she don't cook or clean, and let me tell you how I got this. Yeah, she got it other ways, but sometimes after a while that shit wear off. There's only so many times you can suck the same dick before you get tired of it. Yeah, she definitely is making the money. And they said this generation is crap. Madonna was pregnant when she made the album Music, photo shoot and video. I mean, even having almost died delivering Rocco a month later, signing at a Virgin and promo tour. Well, that's because her Madonna is a different kind of animal. And I think the generations are different. Whereas like Madonna's generation, the boomer generation, Gen X, even Gen Z, I mean not Gen Z, millennials to a certain extent. We were taught to suck it up and just deal with whatever. That you have to get out there, you gotta be a trooper and you gotta work. This new generation is like, I'm not doing all of that. They said Cardi hasn't had a hot single since maybe Up, if we've been. But yeah, she's thrown out a couple of songs. And she did say something on social media the other day that she was like, my flops is even doing better than some of these other girls of what you're doing. Child, I heard Ice Spice album is a chop. Well, it didn't do well. Also, JT's album flopped. Even though I see that grape juice trying to spin it some other way, but I'm like, okay. It said Tomorrow Too is a feature. Nikki just made a video of her jumping into Kenny's arm while Whitney's child. Ma'am. I mean, quiet as it's kept, your relationship is similar to Whitney and Bobby. If you know what I'm saying, I think you do. Offset D must be addictive. Well, you know how them bums, they do be having the best dick though. There's no shade, but they it's like when you deal with them bum ends, bum ass niggas, they do be having a good D. They sure do. But anyway, so it said Madonna and Rihanna are the queen of making pregnancies a publicity statement. And I've seen them recent pictures of Rihanna that was all over Twitter this morning. She looked good. Come on, boobs. She had a big old breast, it says. I said, Guy Ritchie holding her stomach, heavily pregnant. Damn show is community dick certified. And he definitely get that community dick. I couldn't think of the name, but yeah, community dick. It was like Cardi was low-key bullied into getting back with Offset before the kids' random papers were pleading. Wait, before the kids, random rappers were pleading for Cardi to take it. People need to stop listening. She really needs to stop listening to these damn people. If your gut is telling you to leave these community low-rent ass fools alone for your own mental health or sanity, whatever the case is, mind your business. It's like that whole time. He a good man, Savannah. He a good man. Like then you get with his ass then. That's how way I be feeling about. Then you get with him. Mind your business. So I'm trying to tell other people to get in the maintain toxic relationships and live and let live. Let other people do what other stuff. And it said Hardy was doing stuff when pregnant years ago, but she ain't as hungry. That's what I think too, is that I do agree that she's not as hungry for the music or whatever. I think she's fallen out of love with it. I think it was fun. It was like, it was a hobby. It was something that she didn't take serious. I think it was just all fun for her, but now it's like work. And when it feels like work, she probably doesn't want to do it. And I'm sure she makes money doing other things, but in regards to the music, it's just like, that's the foundation. That's what people love you for. So put up or shut up, I guess. But that goes without saying. All her albums flop. Quiet as it's kept. And then Shawn Mendes, I heard, got a new album coming out too, and I think that's going to flop too. Who still listens to her? After Shawn Mendes. It says she wasn't bullied into taking his dusty ass back. I'm convinced she loves it. She does. Some people live. She a Libra. Of course she like drama. And it said, I think the label must be getting fed up. Of course they are. When a woman's fed up. Shout out to R. Kelly for that part. Not for everything else, because you heard his crying ass want to get out of jail. But that happened years ago. So you admitting that you did what you did to them women, to them little girls? Your ass ain't getting out of jail. You're going to rot in prison. He damn sure is. He is cute, but boring. Like, I would have to strap him down to the bed and just tear that booty up. But he look like he'd be into that little rough play. You stop being a whore. Wait, what's going on? Okay, let me get off my phone, because I'm saying I'm getting all these messages to my. I saw something. Shout out to Robert. He sent me that the peoples is getting fed up with these short ass songs that y'all be trying to put on TikTok to go viral. And then we talked about Katy Perry the other day trying to create a TikTok dance so that Lifetime song go. I said, girl, you can't control the internet. You can't control what goes viral and what doesn't. Which is why I also think Kylie Minogue's song with BB Rexa has flopped, and Tove Lo have flopped because y'all was trying to create a moment on TikTok, and it's like you can't force it. It has to be a good song. It's like Padam Padam. That was a song that came out of nowhere and just took off. You couldn't control that. But I feel like they're trying to control the narrative of that. Same thing with Katy Perry. You out here trying to create some basic ass dance. Like, girl, you ain't known for your choreography. You trying to create basic dance moves so that way your new single can go viral. I keep telling y'all this album gonna flop. But she's gonna have to learn the hard way. And yeah, because Camila Cabello's album flopped, to get back to what Cleveland said, because it felt disingenuous. It's like, who is this girl? All of a sudden, you blonde and you dancing, you twerking, you doing all these other sexual, and then you all of a sudden you know everybody's this N word and that N word. But now when you need black, but now because your career's been flopping since its inception, now you want to work with black people to save your career. And people saw it through the BS. Nobody was buying any of those singles. Now I know some of the basic gays that I'm friends with was into that album, but I was like, no, ma'am. I gave it. I got as far as I did with not Camilla. I got as far as I did with Bormani's album. I gave a good 3 songs. I gave it the first 3 songs a good listen. Then I was like, okay, where are we going with this mess? I'm bored, and I had to turn it off. It's a country folk album. Yeah, I'm over it with these short ass songs. Is there a fit Republican politician? I feel like when Trump loses, the Republican Party is going to have to really sit back and regroup and figure out what type of party they want to be, because they molded the old guard of Republicanism into the Trump Party. And all the other people that was a part of like the Reagan era, the George W. Bush era, they left. They like resign and all this stuff because they didn't like where the party was going, instead of sitting up in there and fighting. So do y'all want to be the party of the Marjorie Taylor Greens, or do you want to be a part of the party of, Ronald Reagan? I still don't care about the Republicans. They could all just rot in hell. But I mean, that whole party, the Trump Republican Party, whatever, is the way they agree and where they think and how they want to go against everybody that ain't white male. And that's why I don't understand women voting against their own rights as people. But they're gonna have to regroup and figure out where do they want to go in the future and find like a new phase, similar to what the Democrats did with Kamala Harris. They found a phase. At this point, it's too late. Y'all stuck with Trump. He ain't going nowhere, and y'all are flying around like a fish out of water, gasping for that air. So y'all stuck with him, and you're stuck with JD Vance. So y'all done fucked up the thing. So 4 years from now, I feel like they're gonna have to take time and rethink and regroup and figure out where they want to take their party in the future, because it can't be what's going on with Trump. You're gonna lose every time. We were feeling hopeless before, but I guess Kamala has just given everybody a beacon of hope, similar to when Barack Obama was president. They said she releasing the song with. She can release whatever the hell. Look, first of all, Drake not even in a good grace of people. Everybody's still clowning him online. That Not Like Us song is a huge hit for Kendrick Lamar. Like, you trying to bring Drake in, especially how people in hip hop, like real hip hop heads, feel about him. It's like, okay, maybe the mainstream audience and like the gays or whatever, like people who ain't really into hip hop like that, will jump on and help. And she can call on Drake, but I don't think it's gonna help the album in any way. So I could definitely believe that, Drake would be the last ditch attempt to save what's left of this CXOXO. Another one. It's a horrible ass fucking name. Why the hell would you name your album CXOXO? Like, I feel like I'm about to turn on Gossip Girl. That's what I felt like when I would hear that. Has Been Hotel has some good songs. And it said you have to let TikTok create it for you, then join in. Once they embrace it, it's like invite and join. Artists doing it is forcing it to happen. The industry has to understand the biggest hits aren't on any charts. Many people don't listen to mainstream music. Streaming embrace the individual more than group. Yeah, I just feel like even like since Napster, this industry has not figured out how to make illegal music and like the whole internet, like post the record industry and how they try to control radio and all the stuff. They haven't figured out how to navigate and make it work for them. They're still struggling. But anyway, let's move on and let's get and talk about Hannaford and this shadiness that I had for this found out. Because there's an extension of this story. I'm like, oh, wait, hold on. I was about to say, did my computer freeze? So yeah, so y'all already know about the whole situation that went down with um Jennifer Lopez, and she had her big birthday bash. It was Bridgerton themed, and everybody was talking about, well, Ben's not gonna be there, all this other stuff. Well, child, come to find out he was out here purchasing his new home on Jennifer's birthday. But we'll get into all of that tea in a second. But first, they said he secured his new $20.5 million digs. At the same time, Hannaford celebrated a milestone because he officially snatched up the lavish mansion while Hannaford blew out her candles. So the Oscar winner, who's 51, snapped up the plush pad in the ritzy Pacific Palisades neighborhood as his and Lopez's marital home still sits on the market. The day he closed escrow on the property, the on-the-floor hitmaker finalized the sale of her New York City condo. So it looked like at this point where they're trying to sell that big old mansion, the one that's $60 million, that they're trying to find a way to sell that, and it ain't been working. Speaking of which, I forgot to mention this about Cardi B, because remember she was saying earlier with her, speaking of her divorce, the day before there was a story about her selling, like they were talking about she was having financial troubles with the $5 million mansion that she has with Offset out in Atlanta. And she said that when she done with that house, she's gonna sell the house back to Offset because they bought it together. She's gonna sell her shares to him. So I wonder, Lynn, getting back to Hannaford and Ben, is this what they're planning on doing? And how is that gonna work? Because, well, then I was gonna say, who's the bigger breadwinner? Jennifer is. I think she worth $400 million. Apparently, according to the reports, Ben is worth, I guess, around $150 million. So we already know that the Argo star was nowhere near Hannaford's glitzy birthday celebration in the Hamptons. So it looks like to me that she's coming back to New York full time, that she's not going to be staying in LA. I'm sure maybe she'll go out there for work or whatever the case is, but it just seems like that right now she's been spending a lot of time in the Hamptons, and she just bought a New York City condo. So it looks like, and remember at one point that she and Ben were looking at houses out in New York. They were looking at like brownstones and things. So I could definitely see her getting a condo and then having the kids out in New York, and they get to be close to, family and stuff. Because I'm sure her mother, Lupe, lives out here, and her sisters live out in New York. So we already know about the whole Bridgerton thing, and now let's get to this story that I saw for the Daily Mail. Because I gagged when I saw this. So it said, her love may not have caused a thing, but her divorce to Ben Affleck sure will. So friends have claimed to the Daily Mail, this is why I should have written this thing, because now it's like freezing up. But anyway, so it says that friends have claimed to Daily Mail that the 51-year-old last dual actor and superstar singer 55 are once again pushing ahead with divorce after a final attempt at reconciliation in recent weeks failed. Because remember, we talked about on the show that, oh God, I feel like I'm freezing. Oh, we had talked about on the show that that they had been sending love letters to each other and this, that, and the other. I wanted to get a picture of that up there so that way y'all could actually see the house. Yeah, so it says that the multiple divorce documents are finalized but not yet turned in. So the divorce papers are out here. They just now need to dot the I's and cross the T's. And he said and then we already just talked about that. He purchased a home on her birthday, which is shady boots, but I guess that's typical Leo behavior. When Leos are about to do some shady shit, don't trust to believe they're gonna do it. So and they said this purchase came days after the couple listed their Beverly Hills mansion for $68 million. Now, in July 24th, also marks the day Lopez also finalized the sale of her 4-bedroom New York City penthouse for $23 million. This is according to People. They finalized the divorce papers with her a month ago, but are waiting for the right time to drop them. One source close to the duo claimed. At the time, they will release a joint statement that will say how they have much love for each other and how they fought to make it work but couldn't. Honestly, in the end, they could not come to a compromise. What they had before is gone, and they have both accepted it. And then it says Daily Mail has contacted reps for Affleck and Lopez for comment. So there you have it. That's what it's come down to at this point. What happened to my damn bring myself back up in here and refresh. But anyway, you know what? Let me just finish what I'm gonna say. So I'm gonna say all this to say, yeah, let me just refresh real quick. Okay, we back. I was like, what the hell just happened? It was like all of a sudden my the thing froze and I was like missing. But anyway, let me get back to the Hennifer stuff. So, let me pull that up so that way y'all see the picture of the mansion. This is actually the house that the Bachelor had. I'm like, of that Ben boy. I'm like, do you need that much space? Who needs that much space in regards of having to live and all that other stuff? But I guess in LA, I mean, I'll do like that open piece like down here. I do like this part because you have like the little, the reclining seats or whatever that you could just stretch out outside, and you got the pool right here, and then it's like this open little space that you can come out. And I look like the kitchen or the living room, something might be right here, and you just walk right on out and you lay down and you be by the pool and luxuriate. Like I like stuff like that. If I had the dollars, I would definitely get something that looked like that. But I would also, if I'm on the East Coast, I would have a penthouse. So it's like in LA, I would have like my big mansion, whatever, with if I have my kids and all this other stuff. But on the East Coast, if I'm working and doing more media stuff, which, media is bigger on the East Coast than it is the West Coast, I would definitely have a penthouse that I'd be staying up in and, while I'm doing all my work and stuff. So I will have to say that is shady on Ben's part that he would pull this type of move. But I'm like, damn, there had to been something going on in that relationship that it's just like somebody had to have broken the trust so drastically that it's like, we tried to make it work, we didn't. And this is why I said maybe what you should have did instead of being so quick to be in that honeymoon phase and get married is that y'all should have dated. Y'all should have spent time with each other and really get to know each other at least a good year or two into your relationship instead of rushing so fast. He had just gotten out of a situation, I believe, with I don't know how long the gap was between his split with Jennifer Garner versus moving on to Hennifer, but we do know that she basically had just gotten out of a relationship with A-Rod before she jumped into this thing with Ben. And I understand that Ben was out here, love bombing her and trying to find ways to get her, over onto his side and getting and wanting to give the relationship a try, and pulled out old love letters that he had kept that he had written to her while he was married to Jennifer Garner. So even after they broke up, he kept the letters, put it in a little book, was love bombing her and trying to pull her over into his situation and getting with him because he was speaking ever so lovingly about her in the press, even when she was in a relationship with A-Rod. And then just like, oh, Leah, you know what? I'm thinking back to the time of all the good times and stuff. So now I'm going to go over here and give it a go. And then when y'all go and give it a go, you live together, you're putting all this money down, you're going all in regards of like the $65 million mansion and then all these other things. And then things are moving so fast. And then Jennifer's going back into the things that she was in before. And now the paparazzi is following. And it's like we were into all the good things was happening. But then I remembered, oh my God, all the negative stuff that I hated about being in this relationship are starting to resurface again. So whatever that is, I wish y'all luck. I feel like in this time, 20 years from now, you better not hit her ass back up and try to get back in that relationship because clearly it's not going to work. Like Ben, you go your way, she go her way, and y'all figure out look, maybe y'all too realize y'all maybe other ones that realize that relationships don't work. Getting that whatever that site is for them rich folk. The same thing I said about Cardi B. We're all set. Find you some new dick, Hennifer. Find some new poon, Ben, on one of them sites for the rich folks, and get your licks in and go about your separate ways. Because clearly y'all can't make this shit work. So I still to say, what do y'all think of this mess? Because I'm just waiting. It's only a matter of time. Like I feel like this month, it's only a matter of time before we find out. We get the joint statements, and they wind up getting a divorce, and we can move on with our lives finally. Because I'm tired of talking about these two. But I saw this tea up here, and I had to jump on it and speak and give my opinion. So let me know what you guys think of this in the comments down below. Okay, so Robert says sometimes resetting the Wi-Fi box is crucial to free up the RAM. Yeah, I'll be having to do that because I'll be knowing sometimes I have to shut things off. Like when I went to the Apple store and I was having issues with my phone, like I don't know what I did to it. I did some craziness. But anyway, so when I went there, the lady was telling me something like, once a week you got to reset your phone and you got to reset your watch. So I remember to do that. So I think I need to start doing it on my laptop too. I think Ben was just going through a hard time. Remember, he was drunk, etc. So I think he just needed someone. Yeah, well, look, he has addiction issues. So if once you get a hold of one addiction, which would be the alcohol, and you're no longer drinking, you move on to the next addiction, which is probably that damn Dunkin' Donuts coffee. And then you get caught up in the coochie. So maybe he was addicted to Jennifer's coochie. So, oh, so you say he was on Raya. Well, maybe he need to go back on it. Get him on there, get Hennifer on there, and take Cardi B with you. And so in 2044. Okay. It's like, damn, how old would I be in 2044? I got to think about that. I'm gonna be old as hell. I know that much. And it's I think Henny from the block is part of the problem. Look at how many engagements that woman had. She collected more rings than Thanos. Shout out to him. Look, she survived the snap though. So yeah, so it just goes to show that what, there's got to be something going on in your life. I love girl. It's more than that. There's some insecurity shit going on in you because nobody's that in love with love that this is what they be getting into. So okay, so let's move on. Let's talk about 50 Cent, champ, because this was a cackle. So 50 Cent says his appearance at the 2022 Super Bowl halftime show almost didn't happen. And he's revealing the reason why it didn't happen is because he said that Jay-Z, and I forgot about this, that apparently they had a rivalry with him because, he runs Rock Nation and he's in charge of putting all the musicians and stuff together during the halftime. So apparently he said that Jay-Z was trying to blackball him and prevent him from performing at the Super Bowl during the halftime. The one with Dr. Dre and Mary J. Blige and all of them. So in a new feature from The Hollywood Reporter, 50 goes into detail about the drama behind the scenes of the Super Bowl performance that featured him as a surprise guest, but which he said almost didn't happen. He said they wanted to leave me out of it. They didn't want me there. This is what he said, echoing a since-deleted Instagram post from September 2022 in which he said Eminem is the man. He wouldn't do the show without me. After the performance won 3 Emmy Awards, rapper Nori also mentioned the initial snub on his podcast around the time, Drink Champs. Now, as who they were, 50 said it was Jay-Z's Rock Nation who didn't want him on stage that night. He said Eminem wouldn't do it without me. 50 born Curtis Jackson reiterated about Marshall Mathers, who first signed Jackson and helped him release his smash 2003 debut solo album, Get Rich or Die Trying. That's how I ended up on the show because because he was not coming if I didn't do it. When that happens, you go, damn, you just lost Eminem because you didn't bring 50? Damn, all right, bring 50 then. But if it was up to them, they would not have me there. I'm the surprise. I'm not on the bill at all, but they couldn't get M to do it without me. So it all goes to show that they had to have Eminem. Child, this is petty as fuck. This is why I'm about to post a picture. Because 50 Cent, you a shady ass bitch. But yeah, this is what he put up. Oh, child. I just want to know, Beyonce, you know I love you, but girl, are you partially blind? I just want to know that. Like, girl, you got cataract, you got eye problems. Because Child, when you look at Jay-Z. But anyway, so it said the long history of mutual admiration between the two MCs will extend into the future thanks to an upcoming project from 50's G Unit Film and Television Company, which he says is developing a series based around M's 2002 8 Mile feature film. It said 50 is like a brother to me, Eminem told THR. 50 has proven again and again that there's really nothing he can't do and nobody gets in the way of him getting done. Okay, I'm going to stop torturing y'all with that and we're going to go back to the other picture. Because, he put this up when he was like, Jay in hibernation. He ain't coming outside till this shit with Puff blow over. No brunch, no lunch, no dinner. LOL. I'm all you got. I'm outside. And I think he was saying that because the whole situation of there's been controversy surrounding allegedly Jay-Z involving some stuff similar to Diddy. That was always the tea that was going on. So 50 was alluding to some thing. Somebody wanted to say, why you like this OMG and not you doing this on Beyonce internet. I was like, child. But anyway, back to the story. So the good thing is, like, look, Eminem discovered 50 Cent. He gave him his opportunity. He the one that signed him to Shady Aftermath Records, brought him on board, and helped him become the superstar that he's become. And don't get me wrong, Get Rich Die Trying is that album. Because say what you want about 50 Cent, and trust and believe, I have. But he did put out some bops. In the Club, Wankster, so many other amazing songs over the years. Now, the other superstar in the Carter household, Miss Beyonce Giselle Knowles, didn't get spared in the THR interview either because 50 made allegations against her as well. He said, now when asked about his thoughts on the Grammys, he said the shiny trophies not only have zero value, but floated an unsubstantiated theory that Beyonce's many wins over the years are an inside job. He explained, I don't know who's voting in that shit. It's crazy. Whoever they are, they're off at Beyonce's house because she has 30 of them. Like, damn, why Beyonce had to get that straight? Now, I should also say this. The story also notes that 50 is expanding his already sprawling TV holdings with an animated series on Amazon Freevee called Lady Danger Agent of Booti. And yes, it is spelled out. It with initials. So I guess the agency is called Booty. And Nicki is going to be featured as a Nicki Minaj. And it said, he's a blueprint of what resilience looks like. This is what Minaj said of 50, whose expansive TV portfolio includes the 6-season Stars hit Power and spinoffs Ghost, Raising Kanan, and Force, as well as another Star series BMF, and upcoming shows including the boxing drama Fightland and Queen Nzinga about an African warrior queen. Whenever he's been counted out in the real world or within the entertainment business, he's risen to the occasion to come out triumphant. He's smart. He's a businessman. This is what Minaj added. I can see past the funny 50. I see a very deep thinker. He's honest. He's mastered the chess game of reinvention throughout the many eras of music, entertainment, and social media, yet he still somehow always seems to remain authentic. That is very difficult feat. It damn sure is, because it's like 50 be out here trolling, but nobody can take away the fact that, yeah, he does come across as authentic in a lot of what he does. And he's a smart guy and he's a deep thinker. And also, I should point out that he's also launching his own free ad-supported streaming TV channel, building his own film studio in Shreveport, Louisiana, and working on a novel about a Black female Texas Ranger. So, we sit up in here and we talk shit, and rightfully so, about Tired Perry and all them shitty ass, projects that he be putting out. But I think maybe we need to introduce, 50, and not Diddy, child, 50 into the conversation of like, here is a Black man who's a mogul who stopped doing the music because the music wasn't happening. The music wasn't musicking. So he transitioned over to TV, which, quiet as it's kept, way more money in the whole TV world. And he's becoming a mogul. He's become a mogul where he's building his own studio. He's creating opportunities. And that whole thing where I just read about that Black female Texas Ranger, get Taraji P. Henson in on that. Because remember, at one point he was talking about, when Taraji came out and started speaking about the pay disparities that she went through in Hollywood, especially when it came to Empire and all these other things that she was doing as a staple in the community. he was like, come over here with me. And, even though he said things about her in the past and a whole bunch of other stuff, he was like, her and Terrence Howard. He said, I'll give y'all opportunities. I'll give y'all a role. And it's like, I like the idea that, you know what? He's really going in and say what you want about 50, but he's going and actually creating real awesome Black programming. It's not just about, pow on people and being in the hood and gangsters and all that other stuff. Yeah, that was the foundation that built what he had with all the powers and the BMF and all that other stuff. But now he's like, what's the next step? I need to create. I can't just keep sitting on the same stuff that other one out in Atlanta's doing, creating the same shows, the same storyline, the same character beats, the same BS, and we sit here and complain. But 50 is looking at it as like, I can't keep doing and relying on the same stuff over here. I need to expand and diversify the portfolio. So I'll say this to say, and you know what, Jay-Z, that's what makes a lot of people side-eye you in this whole situation of because you had a beef in the past with 50 Cent that you try to prevent him from being a part of the Super Bowl. And because Eminem is such a huge name and Eminem is expected to show up at the Super Bowl because he is forever, like he's the biggest thing to come out of Dr. Dre's repertoire because Dre signed him. Dre produced a lot of his biggest hits, and he is the one that's been able to cross over in that whole thing of MTV and that whole situation. So with him not being there because he stood up for his friend, of course he had to fold. And I do believe the whole thing about the oh wait, I should pull this up because I don't think y'all saw this either. And I do believe the thing that he said about Beyonce in regards of like the whole stunting and all that stuff in regards of the award. Like who in their right mind is winning 30 Grammys? It's kind of like how I look at it. It's not just her. I look at it with Taylor Swift too. It's like, so there's nobody else out here that should be getting all these awards? Album of the Year and all these other awards. Y'all still giving it to the same 5 people over and over? Because y'all know that if you can get Beyonce and Jay-Z and all these other people to show up, that is a guarantee, and Taylor Swift, that is a guaranteed ratings juggernaut for y'all. So I say all this to say, you know what? One of the things I've always loved about 50 is he'll come out here and say it like he means it. Whether you agree with him a lot, whether you agree with him or not, he's got the balls to say what most people don't. So shout out to him. And I say all this to say, what do you think with this story? Do you agree with, his assessment on a lot of things? And I'm actually excited to see some of this other stuff. And I do hope that they take that Texas black female Texas Ranger idea and turn that into an actual series, which I'm sure is going to be coming down the road. And then they'll put my girl Taraji in it. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Okay. Oh, you say I think she's toxic. I guess you're talking about Hannaful. And so remember the Super Bowl remarks about the hip mover, Shakira. Oh, yeah. She, because she thought she was that girl. She could do the Super Bowl by herself. And I'm sitting there like, you know what? Now that we looking back on, like now, because I didn't know, now that I know now that I didn't know then, I guess is what I was trying to say. They was right to have a co-headliner and bring Shakira in. Jennifer Lopez by herself was not going to be enough to get people excited about the Super Bowl. I truly believe that she would not have gotten everybody excited. Hello, look at the sales from that stadium. That was the arena tour. She wasn't selling a lot of tickets. She was flopping. Yeah, she would do well in certain demographics, like New York, obviously, like it shouldn't be a problem because she's a New Yorker. There's a lot of people that would definitely go out and purchase tickets to her tour. But in other parts of the United States that she was planning on going, the tickets were not doing all that well. She was flopping. So if you can't really get that many people in the United States excited, what makes you think you're going to get people worldwide excited about this whole Super Bowl thing? So she needed a co-headliner, and Shakira was that girl. And she could be mad about it all she wants and make a little side comments. But quiet as it's kept, you really haven't invested enough in your music career to get people interested in you in that way, to be headlining the Super Bowl by yourself. So trolling with a brand placement at the end reads as authentic. I'm not talking about the whole brand thing. I'm just talking about, with some of the stuff I guess maybe with the stuff that he says in regards of how he is behind the scenes. But it do feel a little, oh, well, you're going to read people, but then you putting up your cognac and all this other stuff as advertisement. It do come across as a bit tacky. But I guess these celebrities have been in the room with him. I mean, I met 50 Cent way back in the day when I worked at VH1. So, but I don't know him personally on that level. But I guess what people saying he comes across as authentic or whatever, like Nicki Minaj is saying, it is what it is. But I do agree. It's like, trolling with a brand placement doesn't seem authentic. He definitely hates the industry. I remember when Kanye was the first time they tried to force him out. I think he hates shady people within the industry that tries to control everything. And definitely Jay-Z is that type that has moved on from music to mogul and is trying to control everything. It feels out of jealousy and envy, which is probably why Beyonce went. I know it ain't love why she with him. It's just business. That just seems like a business relationship to me because he's helped her get to where she is in a lot of ways. I mean, what other rapper has she worked? I mean, she has tried to work with other rappers throughout her career, and we heard the stories about how he got a jealous streak and he would get mad at certain other rappers because they was working with her. It's like, you don't own her. It was always obvious these two did shady things to get right with the higher up white people. Ooh. So yeah, give him credit. They had two gay characters on his show. And it wasn't like some messy self-hating faggotry like what Miss Perry does over there with her show. They said something that annoys me about Beyonce is how capitalistic she is. It ain't just you. It's not just you. And I've said it on here too. And I like Beyonce and I like her music, but everything does come across as a bit capitalistic. And I feel like that the opinion should be warranted. I hate when people get mad. It's like you can't say that. Who the fuck said I can't? If I put money in that lady pocket from the many CDs that I bought, I'm definitely critiquing. And it said is how she thinks she's better than going to award shows unless it's the Grammys. Yeah, because I'm like, it shouldn't only be the Grammys be the only place you show up because you want to get an award. You should be showing up to the BET Awards. You should be showing up to the Soul Train Awards. Why you not? But and that's why everybody out here trying to say she ain't black no more. That you out here lightening your skin and all that other mess. I mean, that ain't something I want to get into right now because we don't need to unpack all that mess. But if you really all about black and Renaissance and all those other stuff, you need to be showing up to them events too. I sure did. Tired Perry. Because he is tired. And they said the Beehive isn't that big of a fan base, to be honest, compared to, well, yeah, that's true. Because to me, I always felt like I'd be amazed at how the Swifties are when it comes to, I even think more so than the Barbs. Like I feel like I honestly feel like the Swifties need to be studied. Like when we talk about all these fan bases or whatever, I feel like the Swifties need to be studied. Like maybe I need to do that documentary. I would love to sit up in here and just, what is so fascinating about this girl? I just feel like their fan base is just, they move like not like unlike any other fan base. Like the Barbs, we get it with them. We get it with, all these other groups, the Beehive and stuff. But I feel like the Swifties are just, yeah, y'all should be studied. And so what I find a key is that Beyonce was just interviewed by THR and then they published. Wait, did they just interview her? Where the hell was I? That they interviewed her for the Hollywood Reporter. Because I'm like, yeah, that is shady. And they posted, I was like, yeah, we got our interview. It ain't coming out yet, but we got the interview. But now we're going to put out the 50 Cent one. I'm like, ooh, 50 messy. And look, they knew they could hook people by getting him to say what he said about Jay-Z and Beyonce and so many others. 50 is right about Beyonce Grammy thing. There are so many talented artists that get overlooked. Exactly. It's like, girl, you got 30. You got enough. Or 32. But y'all be out here just be trying to get feats and making history, and then she does to do the whole humble, the same thing Taylor does with the humility. Oh, so thank you. Like, child. That used to annoy me about Taylor when I used to watch her back in the day. When she, oh my God, really? I almost did George's. It was like, oh my God, really? I can't believe girl, you knew your ass was going to win. Stop it. You said Milwaukee is broke. The RNC didn't bring any revenue into. I mean, they sure enough brought enough grinder folk. The grinder was lit. That was the only good thing that I guess was going on in Milwaukee. The amount of dick they was getting out there. They said maybe BT is beneath her, but MTV isn't. But you shouldn't look at it in that way, especially when you're supposed to be black and you've relied a lot on the black audience and you're selling this narrative about black music and, black parade and all this, my power, all of that. You ungawa, my power and all that stuff that you out here doing. You windmilling for the black experience, but BET is beneath you. She shouldn't be looking at it that way. I mean, I understand that the Grammys is the highest of awards, but like 50 said, these awards don't mean shit these days. I just don't think a lot of the fans care about this stuff. They do care if it's like, well, so and so should have won. Like we see all the BS that everybody be spewing on social media. Excuse me, in regards of they get mad and they want to bully people for winning awards over their faves. So I feel like these award shows, I just feel like the way that we used to value them back in the day, a lot of people don't care. They said the Swifties isn't afraid to get X accounts permanently banned and get other accounts banned. Yeah, and I don't know if the Barbs or the Beehive have that kind of power, but it do seem like the Swifties have a lot more. Is it because there's a lot of white women that are part of that whole situation? Is it because of that? I don't want to make everything about race, but I am wondering. But anyway, since we up in here talking about, we mentioned a little. Well, let's talk about porn because apparently, the Olympics is going on, and since we were talking about surges and things, especially when we was talking about the RNC, but it seemed like that people's search engines on the Pornhub has been shrouded about the Olympics, which is weird because I'm like, this is what y'all actually out here doing. Like that's the last thing I'll be thinking about is okay. So I'm watching the Olympics. Let me look up Olympic style porn on the internet. So while uptight conservatives are broadcasting a full outrage on social media over drag queens opening the Olympics, the Paris Games have sparked a huge spike in searches for Olympic-themed videos on Pornhub, according to reports. So a rep for Pornhub tells TMZ the site is seeing a huge surge in searches for the term Olympics, up 4,876% since the start of the games, a grower and a shower total over the last few days. The term athlete is also up 505%, even though no one is competing in the Paris Olympics is actually featured in porn. Well, we're going to get to that in a minute with the next segment. So that search ain't taking you to any NSFW, Simone Biles, or Noah Lyles content. The Paris Olympics kicked off Friday with a raunchy opening ceremony that must have got users stretched out and ready to break their own personal best. Who wrote this over at TMZ? Okay, so then it says by Monday, Pornhub said users were in the mood to incorporate the Olympiad into their XXX fun time, resulting in an Olympic glow instead of an Olympic gold, we imagine. There are a ton of different variations of Olympic searches users are pumping into their Pornhub search bar, including Sex Olympics, Porn Olympics, Olympic Sex Games, Nude Olympics, and another term involving the anus, a porn penthalion or pentathlon, I think that's how you say that, for the ages. Now, they said not everyone gets to stay in the real Olympic Village, but seems anyone can get a taste on their laptop. I was like, that was a cute little segment. But, and you do find that kind of weird. Like, I'm not watching the Olympics and thinking, oh my God, let me go search for hot swimmers on, let me go look in the Sean Cody catalog and see if they got any Olympic swimmer type stuff I could, beat my meat to. I was like, I wasn't even thinking about all that. Like, I've just been well divulged into like what's going on with the Olympics, but I guess maybe people's minds is freakier than me because I wasn't really thinking in this whole concept. But I did come across something in regards to we talking about sexy Olympics, but they talking about that there's some Olympians that is on the OnlyFans, and they've been using that to make a little quick coin. So It said the following. It says they're going for gold, but making a whole bunch of silver in the process. So the Olympic Games are a time for countries to come together to revel in the best athletes the world has to offer, and to shamelessly thirst over the really hot oiled up Olympic flag bearer from Tonga and Tom Daley testing out the anti-sex beds in the Olympic Village. Daley is returning for his fifth Olympic Games after making his debut 16 years earlier in Beijing of 2008. Alongside him will be synchro partner Noah Williams, with Rio de Janeiro gold medalist Jack Longer, Kyle Cathari, Jordan Holden, and Anthony Harding making up Team GB's men diving contingent. Well, I think this was the picture that we had before with Tom Daley and his, partner. So we could leave that up for a minute while we talk about this. But they said notably missing from the Paris Olympics are two of Daley's former diving partners, Maddie Lee and Daniel Goodfellow, as well as Matthew Dixon, all of whom also have OnlyFans pages. But as the boys get ready to smuggle some budgies, here are all the Team GB divers, past and present, who have an OF account. And before you start frothing at the mouth, though the subscription-based social media platforms are renowned for its explicit adult content, it also allows creators to share more clothed content with followers, as the Team GB boys do. And so, there are some where we should point out that there are some adult cinematographers or people that do have OFs. That doesn't necessarily mean that you out here pleasuring yourself, you're sticking toys in your butt, or you're doing anything sexual. There are some that do be putting out feet pics or put out photos that you wouldn't necessarily get away with on Instagram. And you could push the boundaries a little bit on Instagram. If you can't get away with them over on IG, you put them on the OF. So that's what some of them are doing. So they have one by the name of Jack Louder, who we have his right here, this guy. And so they basically said that the spate of British diving stars join OF. He's 28 years old. He won gold in the men's synchronized 3-meter springboard event in Rio of 2016 with Chris Mears. Joined in OF in fall of 2021, quickly amassing hundreds of likes on content that includes selfies of the sports star in his underwear and Speedos, as well as workout clips. So his price starts at $10. That's £8 per month. On his OnlyFans bio, Logger claims to love posting safe for work content in Speedos, briefs, boxes, and more. So he's probably posting the same stuff that he couldn't get away with over on the IG, is on his Instagram. Now, the next one that we're going to go into is someone by the name of Noah Williams, who won a silver in the men's 10-meter platform at the 2022 European Championships, was the first Team GB diver to follow in Logger's footsteps and join OF. And this year, he's sure to make a splash as Daley's new synchro partner after competing for the first time together in March and winning the gold. So they said that Williams states that in his bio that he's just here to have some fun and that he would not be sharing dick pics, with a subscription costing $10, £8 per month. And because I guess he's cute, they'll be over there subscribing to his stuff. Now, the next person that we're going to get into is this guy here, who goes by Maddie Lee, who memorably took home gold in the men's 10-meter synchro event alongside diving partner Tom Daley in 2021, is not competing this year, but his OF is still going strong. Now, in a caption that was accompanied by an emoji of a winking face with his tongue out, the Tokyo 2020 star wrote, "I have not been hacked. I have not been scammed. See for yourself." Now, Lee, who followed Olympic glory with a fifth place finish in the 21st series of I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here in 2021, is currently charging subscribers $20. That's 15 pounds and 98 cents per month for access to his OF account, which the sports star said will be non-explicit. Still paying $20 for that. They said the Divers OnlyFans, you need to be showing me pole and hole. The Divers OnlyFans bios tease that the page will be a place where you want to see more of me, but clarifies, remember, I'm a Team GB diver, not a porn star, so everything will be safe for work and a place where I can interact with you all. And then we had the next one, Daniel Goodfellow, which I actually thought for a second that was Tony Goodfellow, because there's adult cinematographer by the name of Tony Goodfellow that I know is on OF. But anyway, so Daniel Goodfellow, who won bronze in the men's 10-meter at Rio 2016 alongside Tom Daly, is charging less than half the price of Lee for his own fun and exclusive content. So you can get it for $9.99. That'd be 7.98 pounds per month. Although he's not on Team GB this year, and they said get to know me on a more personal level, and the chance to see and interact with posts that won't be seen anywhere else. This is what his OnlyFans bio reads. An early post shared to the page also promises that collabs with other. Let me find out. He said collabs with other divers will be coming soon, while others promises there will be great things to come. Let me find out you about to be giving whole and pole, not only yours, but with other divers. And I can see why y'all them numbers was going sky high on Pornhub, because a lot of these boys up in here, they giving like Sean Cody, you know, a lot of that type of stuff with the way they be out here looking. Let's get to the next one. Matthew Dixon, who is part of Team GB Divers OnlyFans arms race. So diver in 2018 Commonwealth Games silver medalist Matthew Dixon is also making a splash on OF. The 23-year-old is following in the footsteps of his diving partner Noah Williams with a profile on the platform where subscribers will be charged $10. That'd be £8 for access. Now, Dixon's OnlyFans bio states that the sports star is here for some fun, but specifics that are there will be no dicks pics on the page. Promoting his newly launched OnlyFans with an Instagram story, he said, "It's that time. Can't wait to have some fun and for some of you to get to know me outside of the diving pool." And then there's other stars, sort of, you know, there's other people on here, so on and so forth. We can go on and on and on and on and on. But look, I'm sitting down here thinking that y'all gonna go more or less, excuse me, the Zeke Beakerman route. You know, he was on Wizards of Waverly Place, Dan Benson, or Tyler Posey, who's currently on Celebrity. Oh my God, what's the name of that show? With oh my God, I totally forgot the name. The show with Macy Gray and Chet Hanks and the hell's her name? Kim Zolciak. So we have so he's on that show. So it also went on to say, you know, like we talk about Dan Benson is out here showing all kinds of stuff. I see he been having sex. He been going down on trans women. He's been getting hunched in the butt. He's been putting toys in the butt. He do all kinds of stuff. And shout out to him because Dan Benson. Okay, look. Okay, let's move on. Like some of them videos, I'm like, oh. So, but then he said the reason why he got into that is because he, I guess, had sent out some nudes, and then his news was leaking all over social media, and then he was just like, once his news started leaking because he thought that it was private. But here's the thing: once y'all put stuff on social media, it is no longer private. So, with that being said, he was like, well, if you can't beat him, join him. And so he got up on there and was like, you know what? Well, since my stuff is out there, I might as well just get up in the situation. And plus all the acting roles and stuff was drying up. So he used so he does like these characters or whatever, and he does sexual stuff on camera, and he's making his money. And then Teen Wolf Tyler Posey was another one who got up on OF, and you know, he identifies as sexually fluid, and he was using it he said it was a really good platform to be really open about his sexuality. And I think a lot of people get into it for different reasons. It's, you know, they feel, you know, it's a way that a lot of people use adult cinematography, you know, because the times have changed since like the studio stuff where you were at the mercy of whatever they want to you want to put yourself in. But with OF there is a lot of restrictions they put on it now. So I think a lot of people have jumped into Just for Fans. For my fans, you already know that's Austin Wolf. Ain't nobody fucking with him over there. But Just for Fans, you know, especially when we talk about the queer artists, a lot of times they use that as a way to explore different aspects of their sexuality. Oh, I can do something with a trans man or a trans woman, or I'm using toys, or I can dress up in this, you know, Sailor Moon outfit and get my back blown out in the Sailor Moon outfit. So, you know, they got all kinds of crazy stuff that people do. Surreal life. Thank you. So, with that being said, it's like it could be used as a tool to like take back the narrative and own and take back your sexuality. Because who is anybody to be out here to define what someone's sexuality is and what they should be exploring and all that stuff? So I'm glad that a lot of these celebrities are brave enough to want to be out here and do the things you want to do. So it's like, look, a lot of these men, like I said, they look like they came straight out of a Sean Cody or a Bellamy shoe. And maybe we need to talk about like how much money do these models, actually swimmers, these people in the Olympics are actually making when they're out here training to be, these athletes, and the type of lifestyle they have them in when they're in the Olympics. So it kind of makes me wonder, it's like, are they, is there like, how much money are they actually making? That's what I think we need to dive into, where it's like, y'all have to resort to this, to making quick cash. And because they're young and attractive, that's the best time for them to capitalize on it, because they got these great, amazing, swimmers builds, and there is a fetish for that. So, which hence why we was talking about in the prior thing about the Pornhub stuff. So I say all this to say, and that rise in the swimming stuff. But anyway, let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Okay, so Nestle Crunchy says Barb seems stronger than Beehive because they're more vocal, but B gets more support than her. The Swifter Dusters are. It's a funny name for them. The kind of little open secret / gossip that Tom and his husband does. Child, I heard that story, and I wouldn't be surprised if Dustin Lance Black and Tom Daly have an open relationship. I mean, I'd get in on that. Tom Daly is hot. Dustin Lance Black was like, okay, whatever. I'll entertain you. I'll do a little, over there in the corner, but I'm trying to get to your man though. So it's like Madonna turned down Batman Returns because Tim Burton denied her the soundtrack album like Prince had. But look, the right person got it, because shout out to Michelle Pfeiffer. I love her as Catwoman. They said, y'all better vote, because Project 2025 was trying to ban porn and make. Exactly. That was one of the many things they were trying to do. And I know some people was like, oh, hell no. So, and then they were trying to make it seem like, oh, yeah, they're getting rid of Project 2025. The guy that came up with it stepped down. But that don't necessarily mean that should Trump get in the office, we just hypothetically talking, because I don't think anybody half-ass crazy would actually get his ass in there, especially with all this attention that Kamala is getting. People got to keep it up, got to remain vigilant. But it was, the person that came up with Project 2025, he stepped down, blah, blah. I'm like, that still don't necessarily mean that you're not gonna, once Trump gets into office, that y'all are gonna move. See, we told that now we doing it because now he's in there. So that don't necessarily mean that the Project 2025 is done. They really think people out here is just this dumb. I mean, maybe some of y'all are, but nobody. I wasn't buying it the minute I heard it. Not y'all, but what I'm saying in general. They said, by the way, the Dobbins aren't doing nudes or anything like that. Well, yeah, for the most part, they said they were doing like more PG-13 type stuff. But to me, is it worth spending the? Because I remember one time, I'm gonna tell y'all. So one time, I actually subscribed to one of the pit crew from RuPaul's Drag Race, because I wanted to see what he was giving. And I'm sitting there watching. I'm like, I'm scrolling. I'm like, boy, how you out here charging people $20 and ain't really giving nothing? Of course, I unsubscribed, because I'm like, I want to look at your little underwear pins. I'm trying to see the twig and the berries. What you said? Okay. Get well soon, I guess. Pink Panthers, she irritates me. This whole thing, like the whole thing about her with we don't need a song don't need to be over 2.5 minutes and all the other things. She comes up with these rules with the music or whatever, or how long, or what should be added, what shouldn't be added. You said, who's everybody's favorite corn star? Quentin Gaines to me. I don't even know at this point, because it's like there's so many people out here. Who do I follow in regards of the adult cinematography? I don't even know at this point. So I don't think I know Quentin Gaines. Maybe I need to look him up. I mean, I do like some of Timothy Champagne stuff. I do like Wait, who actually like one of my stuff, bro? Yeah, I'm about to tell on myself. Masculine Jason, I do like some of his stuff. Um, Ray Boogie, I don't know if y'all heard of him. He liked one of my videos. I was like, "Ooh, look, find out." Um, on my alternative page, not my main page. Yeah, I had to create two. So, what was it? Yeah, I don't be knowing porn stars. Watch me get off this damn live and all of a sudden remember a bunch of damn names. But anyway, so it was like the athletes aren't allowed to do sex stuff or nudes. It's illegal and can get them in trouble. Said Matt Healy is being sued and sent. Well, I guess I mean, he ain't going to Malaysia, is it? Because they sentenced him. They say he can't. They can't send him to jail. First of all, they could sue him, but I'm like, child, if he don't never step a foot in Malaysia, because I'm sure that's where they would want him to do the time. He could he could skirt around that. So how do international lawsuits even work? I have no idea. Pedro Pascal might be forced to testify for Gina Carano lawsuit. Yeah, because I heard that she's actually gaining some traction. I heard that with that whole situation. But look, they're gonna have to wait till he finished doing, unless they subpoena him. Um, he's currently filming Fantastic Four over in the UK. So, child, I hope if he testify and look, he under oath. I'm not lying for nobody. I don't give a damn. So if this costs me future roles, first of all, I don't think people will be paying attention to all of that. Because if you already solidified him as Reed Richards, y'all need to follow through. So if he is forced to testify because of Gina Carano's lawsuit, they got to understand he's under oath. This is the law because he was dragged in because I guess, what was it, the whole trans thing, and his sister is transgender. So yeah, I remember the Surreal Life. That's what I was saying earlier. So it's a product 2012 trying to ban corn should be enough for straight men to vote for. I mean, look, quiet as there's a lot of white men, a lot of straight men, a lot of people out here voting for Kamala. A lot of people turn over and they have been having the phone calls. The tide have been shifting. Trump already got his base. He already has the people that's going to be voting for him, and it is what it is. So, but it's like he's not trying to expand beyond that. Okay, so we got two more topics, and then we are done with today's show. So, Chad, speaking of adult cinematography and things of that nature, let's get into this mess. So, apparently, a U.S. priest from Wisconsin. Did we talk about Wisconsin earlier in the show? Or was that somewhere else? Who lost his job after being outed for using Grindr is suing the queer dating app, alleging that his data was sold without his knowledge or consent. Child, now, if you can't, this is a cackle. It's like, first of all, sir, y'all supposed to have taken a vow of celibacy. You ain't even supposed to be on Grindr. So what are you talking about? What you talking about, Willis? So yeah, that's him right there. So Monsignor Jeffrey Burrill, who was the top administrator of the U.S. Conference of Catholic Bishops, sorry, say that 10 times fast, that's the USCCB, until his resignation in 2021, claims Grindr failed to inform him that his data was being sold to vendors. Isn't that like a thing we all know, that your data, you have the possibility of your data to be sold to other things? I mean, hello, Facebook, all of that. So they said that informed that his data was being sold to vendors, thereby allowing people outside the app to know he was on it. The release of his data caused significant damage to his reputation, Burrell says in a lawsuit obtained by the Washington Post, especially given the vow of celibacy he'd taken as a priest and also the Catholic Church's long-held stance against homosexual sex. Now, Burrell was forced out of his position with the church after the Christian news website, The Pillar, ran a story exposing him for visiting gay bars and using the dating app, reporting it had tracked down and verified his behavior using online data. The ex-priest alleged in his lawsuit that The Pillar received the data from Catholic Lady, and that's Laity, and Clergy for Renewal, the CLCR, a Christian nonprofit that bought the data from queer dating apps to take down church leaders using them against their vows, implying that Grindr has sold it to the organization. Saying we want answers so we can use that as a warning to other Grindr users, said Gregory Helmer, an attorney for Burrell. Burrell had said he never have joined the app had he known his data would be available to the public, according to the lawsuit. To have that decision forced out of your hands and into the public realm is reprehensible. This is what James Carr, another attorney representing Burrell, told the Washington Post. Burrell, who Helmer said is still getting on his feet following the shame and embarrassment of his outing asked granted for $5 million in damages in June. The company declined his request, and he sued on July 18th for damages and the adoption of policies preventing user data from being made publicly available without users' knowledge. Maybe you need to read a fine damn print, because I could have sworn that it was out there that your stuff can be, that you have to give. I know on my phone, when it comes to situations, that you have to give the permission to, like, I guess, outsource or use your data. So I know there's got to be something in regards to that. But here's the thing. What they were saying with this, they said that because I want to go back to the whole organization thing. They said that a Christian nonprofit that brought data from queer dating apps to track down church leaders using them against their. So I guess what it was that, okay, so now I get it, because I thought it was some people that was like going in on the priests for being hypocrites and saying, like, well, because y'all are talking about, all this homophobia and stuff that goes on in the church, that we want to get the data so that we could take y'all down and expose you. But it's not. It's the Christian people who said that are tracking y'all and trying to keep an eye on y'all because y'all supposed to be keeping up your vows, which is the vow of celibacy. Now, you as a priest, and especially being a Catholic priest, and me growing up Catholic, yeah, y'all supposed to take a vow of celibacy. But who didn't know that the clergy was full of homosexuals? I wanted to use the F word, but I was like, since, I got to keep it PG, I'm going to say the homosexuals. Who didn't know that a lot of them was floating around in the priesthood? I remember one time one of my friends said that when he was younger, he wanted one of his priests to touch him inappropriately. I said, you was a mess. It's like, why would you say that? But it's like, look, when the feelings is doing what it do, we ain't going to sit up here and try to act like this ain't things that people was thinking about. But I'm like, child, that's something you keep to yourself. That's not something you say out loud. And he put it on social media too. That's why I'm bringing it up. So it wasn't like it was kitchen table talk. So, but with this thing is, it's like, wait a minute, I don't feel bad for this guy, because I'm like, you are supposed to take a vow of celibacy. Me growing up Catholic, that was the thing that we always was supposed to believe. And we already know organized religion, how y'all feel about gays and all this other stuff. Like, y'all call us an abomination, all this other stuff. But it also goes to show that, you know what? Nature is what it is. And human beings, we are mammals. Last time I checked. And you cannot deny same-sex attraction. That is just a part of our DNA. And the fact of the matter is, a lot of y'all get up in these whole church situations because you're ashamed of who you are, and you're ashamed of being a homosexual. So you got to run up in the church and try to hide up in there, but then you want to have your cake and eat it. It's like, no, sir. That's not how this works. You don't get to have your cake and eat it. Like, if you took a vow to stay away from the peen in the vagina, then you should not be up in there seeking it out at the clubs. You should not be going on, the apps and trying to get that good. It's like, no, you need to be all miserable and say your Hail Marys and your Our Fathers in your room like the vow you took, and abide by it. So that's something that gets on my nerves with this whole situation. But I don't know if he necessarily has a case in this situation. I just feel like you're only mad because your ass got caught in this whole situation. And we'll see. I'll keep an eye on this story as it develops, and we'll see if he's able to get away with getting a little coin out of it, because the whole data sharing thing, I just think that people really need to, clearly you can see from the picture that he a man of a certain age, but people really need to pay attention to the fine print of things before y'all start downloading stuff and thinking with your little head instead of your big head. So I say all this to say, what do y'all think of this story? Do y'all sit up here and think, okay, Mr. Priest, you basically got what you deserve in this whole situation? Or do you feel bad for him that the whole data situation was so and his ass got caught, because his ass was not supposed to be up in no gay bars trying to get him a screw for the night, and you're not supposed to be going on the apps searching for no peen or no vagina? So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. You said it was Bryce. They said, don't forget Austin getting dragged by a Dutch queen saying he's born as an actor. Oh, you talking about the one that was on, oh my God, what's that damn podcast? The Wild Podcast, where he went on there first, but he did look like a little child. And he said that he basically went and had the part of the adult cinematography that he hated. The person he did not like collaborating with was Austin Will because it was the same old, and the sex was boring, also the best. And people was like, but you did multiple videos with him. So why all of a sudden now Austin Wolf is the worst damn adult cinematographer? That's why I said a lot of these queens out here, y'all are fake and phony. Y'all know damn well, regardless of how vanilla the sex with Austin Wolf is, you know, by getting with Austin Wolf, who was like one of the biggest names in adult cinematography, that he is going to get a lot of eyes on your product by you working with him. And I do get like, Austin does seem boring to me when it comes to the sex. I don't get nothing exciting out of him. He said always American suing over some BS, and I guess he read the small print. May I suggest you read the small print? Yeah, I know Matt Healy is British, but we're saying like if this incident happened in Malaysia, right, with the whole same-sex thing, that they're trying to throw him in jail. They say he should have sucked the head of the paper. Wait, he should have sucked the head of the paper. Always the lawsuit. Anyway, the lawsuit we don't know. I don't think he has a case. It's just like, child, they could just sit and say that we pretty much have this whole fine print, which we all know nobody reads. But for the most part, if you like, I'll take a gander at stuff, and if I get the fine print of it all, or the justification of it, or the gestation, I'm just like, okay, I get it, whatever. Different times where they was like, oh, can we share your? No, you cannot. Or what if I agreed to it? Like, you should have known that was the stuff that was going to, or if you on Grindr, that somebody, especially if you in Wisconsin, ain't that like a small area? Like, you don't think you was going to run into somebody that probably goes to the same church as you? Or is it that they see the collar and they don't really look at your head and you think they're not going to notice that they priests is out here doing the homosexual stuff? So I don't know. Out of the RNC grinders. Or yeah, that's why I said too. Yes, out they ass, because these people that was at the RNC, and y'all up in there, I don't know how y'all do that. So it's like, okay, so y'all go out to the RNC for the week, y'all up in there clapping like some damn seals to the fact of them talking about they want to take away the rights of the homosexuals, and then you go and get flooded out by getting on Grindr, and then the next day you go back to, the RNC, rinse, recycle, repeat. But then you out here getting your baloney washed and your back blown out and flooded out. But you self-hating gays are up here trying to get the rights taken away. You log-having Republicans. Make it make sense. Or the ones that got your little shiny Elizabeth Hasselbeck looking wives, or Candace Cameron Bure wives out here as your arm candy, but you really going for what you want, what you really, really want. Yeah, I had to throw that Spice Girls reference up in there. Fine print be long as the Bible. People don't be reading that for real. Oh, that is true. That they don't. That's why I said I get the Cliff Notes and I'm good to go. But now it's going to have to get to a point where if he does get away with it and they're able to find that loophole, because when it comes to attorneys and people, they can always find a little something to make it work. And then he's not going to get the full $5 million, because if he wins, he's got to give a percentage of that to the attorneys, and he's got 2 of them. So, and then after taxes, it might end up being what, like maybe 2.5 that he'll get to take home. So he could come out and say, and if he does win the case, what'll happen is Grindr and Scruff and so many of the other, and Sniffies and Blowers and all the other apps, they'll come out and they'll be like, they have to put out the warning, just so you know, this is, your data is probably being, bought and sold to other things. But we've always known that was the T when it comes to that sort of thing, that your data could possibly being sold to other companies. So also what was attractive, but one note. Exactly. So that's why that model said what he said. But yeah, Austin Wolf is attractive, but he's very much one note and basic and boring and vanilla. And I think it's because when you have something you could fall on, which is that white male privilege, he's 6'4", muscled out, attractive, and you pretty much have the world laid out for you your entire life, you don't have to work as hard. So of course you're gonna get lazy with your performance. I meant he should have given that man that was going to expose. They probably not even homosexuals. They probably like just people that just want to, there be people out here that just want to out people and reveal stuff about them and all that stuff. So that was another. That's why I couldn't think of too. Malik Delgado. That was one of the names of another porn star. Like sidebar, I have noticed that Timothy Champagne's been bottoming lately. I was like, okay, daughter, I see you. You taking it up the bud. Yes, bud. I said I didn't find Austin Wolf attractive. I've never got it. Isn't that the same thing they say about Muscle PR Muscle Poppy, whatever his name? I think that's his name. The one that's messing with Porfy. Body is sickening, tall, muscled out. But God got to divide some way. You can't get it all. You can't be tall, muscular, good looking, and a big old dick. God got to divide some way. But look, as long as you know how to work the middle, that's all that matters. It shouldn't matter about having a big old dick the size of a baby's arm, because quiet as it's kept, 9 times out of 10, some of them don't get hard as Castro Supreme. And then, or you get you get that big old dick, and a lot of them don't work. They don't know what they doing. It'd be like half hard. They need supplements. Sidebar, somebody told me about Diego Barros, that he met him at a club and he was a hot mess and believes he on that stuff. I would not be surprised. And I'm like, he makes so much money from OF. What is it? $20. He's got people subscribing. I do be seeing his videos floating around on social media, and allegedly, I should say. So yeah, he told me he met him at the club and he was a hot mess and think he was on that stuff. The stuff the gays like to use, circuit queens. Probably that good old, he probably, speaking of church, he probably a Methodist. I wouldn't be surprised, allegedly. You're not going to put my alleges in there because I don't want no cease and desist like what Nico Aesthetics got the other I shouldn't laugh because that's my friend, but But I was like, yeah, he got that thing the other day. Malik Delgado always been more versed in his content and partners. He's done more interracial than white on white. Probably. I just know him a lot from men.com. Yeah, and he said that I meant to bring that up on the show because I remember that was a topic, but I was like, it's probably not gonna be that interesting enough to talk about it on here. But since we brought his name up, I can just mention it in passing. So I read something that he said him and his father got something in common that apparently K Matter's got a big one. He got a big old dick. But Malik, he said him and his father worked as strippers in the same club. I was like, let me find out. That's what y'all out here doing. But anyway, there was what was it? There was what's the name of San Uncut Supercut with Mark McNamara. Discretion advised. I don't know if you ever heard that podcast. They've done their podcast at my friend Daniel Nardicio's club in the city. Red Eye. So they've done things, and he's asked me to do my podcast live from there too. But I feel like I'm not ready to do the whole live podcast thing yet. I do want to get to a place where it's like I'm ready. But if I do a live podcast, I feel like I need a co-host. I don't know if I'm comfortable enough to do that on my own yet. I need to feel that out first. I would rather get a podcast, like a co-host or something up there, set up everything, do the show that way, so that way I can have somebody to riff off of. And then down the road, I'm like, okay, this wasn't so bad. Then I'm like, then I could do the live thing on my own. But the discretion advised, Diego Sands was on the recent episode. That's what I was thinking of too. I said, I like him. Didn't he give Shitty Kitty to somebody one time? I remember hearing that story. But yeah, so I was just thinking about that. And then I remember I think last year they had on that show, they had him, and then they had the guy who used to date Andy Cohen that does the Radio Andy show with him. Can't remember his name off the top of my head, but they have Joe and Melissa Gorgo on the show and all that other stuff. So I don't know where I was going with that, but I think it was Diego Sands because I was thinking about I was like, I like his stuff too. Fitness Poppy is somebody I like. So Raheem Shabazz, no. Okay. First of all, I love me some Raheem Shabazz, and the fact that he has a harem of a lot of really good looking men that he brings up in there. And I do not like the fact that I have someone that specifically always tries to drag out on that I know that likes to talk shit about Nico in regards to his whole situation with Jacoby. I don't like him, but because I've heard he's very problematic, Jacoby, allegedly. And then they were talking about this whole cease and desist thing that Nico came out with, but Nico was like, I said what I said. Yeah, I took things down because it was just the thing that I didn't want to keep going back and forth with the bullshit. But I said what I said, and I still agree with what I said. But the videos ain't up no more. But you still ain't changed his mind about how he feels about you, especially the thing when it came to Jacoby and that whole drama with um Castro Supreme and how he was looking half intoxicated when they made that video. So there was a whole lot of drama that was going on with that. But and then he started making comments talking about how Nico does, you be messing with white dudes. I was like, first of all, you really don't know. And what's wrong with having interracial sex with people online? So you just like trying to dismiss those of us who are of interracial descent, and then you working with Brazilians. There's black Brazilians too. Like, what are you talking about? Yeah, Cade Maddox is another one. When I found out Cade gets Botox, that was such a turnoff to me. Well, look, Chet Hanks get it too, because he just revealed that. I don't know if he did it on the Surreal Life, but I did see in an article for page 6, he revealed that he said, "No shame in my game. I get Botox in my forehead." I'm like, "Child, you 33 years old. What the fuck you need with Botox?" But I wouldn't be surprised that that was probably the same age Kim Kardashian was getting it, if not younger. Like, there's nothing wrong with having a little bit of movement in your forehead and get them lines. I mean, I know like the lines or whatever can be a little, but you need to leave there's nothing wrong with enjoying your wrinkles. It is like you could tell Kate gets Botox and it looks dreadful. I need to look at him again and look at the face and see if he does look a mess. But he probably did look like a mess when he went at the Gay End. I think that was the last time we saw him. Diego Sands was throwing a tantrum because he was getting called out for saying trainee. I'm glad you said it like T.S. Madison, because that's how she be saying it, trainee. Oh, yeah. So you said just got In a Violent Nature on digital, and look at you buying In a Violent Nature and Sleepaway Camp. Yeah, I bought that the other day. I don't know if you saw it, but child, I gagged when I watched In a Violent Nature, especially that scene with the yoga girl. Her death was maybe one of the best deaths I've seen in a long time. But I have to say, like, I really hope in the sequel they do way better in regards of how they're going to make the movie go by a little faster. Because here's the thing that I don't like about In a Violent Nature. There was too much of the walking around and following the POV of Johnny while he was walking through the woods, and then you hear the off. Like, I like the cool aspects of like when you would hear the off site, like the background noise. You hear people having conversations and things going on, and you would think like, okay, so this is what Jason would be, from his point of view, he would be hearing things that's going on as he's walking through the woods or wherever the case is. But an hour of that, 45 minutes of that in an hour and a half movie, it gets a little tedious. So they really gonna have to tie that up and make the characters more interesting and have us care about them instead of just being, people just a reason to kill people off. So they're really gonna have to work on that for that movie. But I thoroughly enjoyed it. But on repeat viewings of In a Violent Nature, it's a mess with that whole watching him walking around. I'm gonna just be fast forwarding through all of that just to get to the kills. Nico Aesthetics calls out the messy figs on Twitter, and they don't like exactly, and that's what he does. And to me, I just like he's not just on here just going, and that's what pisses me off with a lot of the black sissies and punks. That a lot of y'all run up on social media talking about, oh, he only talks shit about black people. No, the fuck he doesn't, because he also talked about Austin Wolf. He also talks about other people when they do so. Whenever people in the porn industry be doing fuck shit, he gets on social media and he talks about them. But y'all only want to focus on when he talks about black artists. It just so happens that a lot of you black performers be doing more mess than everybody else. But he talks about other things too. But when you come in and you only want to focus on the mess, that's what you're gonna get. And you have to look beyond that if you're an actual fan of his work. Seeing a lot more pansexual performers coming out. And that's why I think more people are getting into the OF, JFF space, because it's like you're seeing more people who are exploring all different sides of the adult cinematography spectrum. And we need to be more open to that. I just hate the fact that how transphobic a lot of our community can be, especially when it comes to adult cinematography and comes to, um, gay men or whatever, gay identifying men that we know of aesthetically, when they do trans male porn or they do trans women porn or they are into other things. Sometimes you got to diversify your portfolio. You can't be out here just giving Tyler Perry tease when it comes to the porn. Like, you can't keep doing the same thing over and over and over and over again. People get bored. They're gonna move on to the next thing. So I like the ones that be out here. There's another one I like, and I forgot to mention him. There's a white dude. His name is Tyler Durden. He goes by Scorpio Slayer on Twitter. I be living for his shit. First of all, the body is on point with all the tattoos and everything, and that ass be on, the ass be assing. But I think also I like the outfits that he be wearing. He be wearing, like, I have this thing for masculine men who wear like skirts. I think I've told people this. Look at me telling on my tea. It was like, but look, if I'm going to sit out here and spill other people's tea, I can spell mine. As someone who identifies as a top, once upon a time when I was young, I was a bottom, realized I didn't like it. I've done it many a times, but I know what bottom's like because when I used to do it back in the day, I was like, okay, now I know what it is. But the one thing that I love is like masculine guys who wear like these little short skirts and the booty be out, the bottom cheeks and all that. That is a huge turn on. So when I be seeing stuff like that with him, that's like he's like one of my favorites. And then the fact that he's married to a woman, but he be doing the gay porn and he lives for it. He be out here sucking the D, putting toys in his butt in his truck. As child, I already know this episode about to be demonetized with all the explicitness we talking in this show. But yeah, here's another one. I was like, y'all need to see him on social media. But anyway, please. And even down to the part where you trying to copy of Jocelyn Hernandez with Jacoby's Cabaret. Like, child, get off my line. And all the models have been talking shit about him over the years. I need the return of Sleepaway Camp on digital. The actor that played Ricky needs to go to the gym. He let himself. Oh. Wait, well, I guess he don't need. Well, he ain't really been. Wait, is he in like the deleted? I mean, is he in like the special features or something? Or you just looked him up and saw like what he looks like now? Because I haven't really been keeping up with the cast. The only one I kept up with was Felissa Rose because she's been in a couple of horror movies recently. I remember she was in Victor Crowley. That was like the last time I think I seen her in one of those Victor Crowley. I think it was Victor Crowley, the name of it. But and I like that franchise too. So I think she was in that. That was the last time I've been keeping up with her. Oh, excuse me. I remember he talked about the old white guy with the husband that was like that liked to use the hard N word. Wait, who are we talking about? Also biphobic. I can't remember. I think his husband name is Jared or something. Biphobia is part of our community. A lot of the men did unalive themselves due to the treatment by us gays. Wait, I was talking about so much stuff. What am I talking about? What are we talking about in regards to the whole biphobia situation or the whole old white guy with the husband that likes to use the hard N word? Refresh my memory. But while y'all do that, we got to get into this final topic. Yeah, we've been talking like a good 20 minutes about porn. We can get back to that after we talk about, not that one. Carrie Underwear. Let's see, Underwears. That's what I used to call her as a joke. Carrie Underwears. But let's talk about Carrie Underwood joining American Idol. So that tea came out yesterday. I guess a huge congratulations is in order for Carrie Underwood coming in and, doing the thing. And I remember I've been saying that for the longest. I could have sworn I've been up in here saying the next thing they need to do after Katy Perry is not go after a big name celebrity. What they need to do is go American Idol alum. You need to look at the former cast of people that used to be on the show and kind of bring this whole angle of I used to be where you are. I used to be up in there singing my songs every week, being judged and trying to hopefully not go home, and I can come at it from that angle that I used to be where you are and you want to get where I am, so you can, that's basically the angle that I said they should have took. And I'm glad somebody listened. Now, according to Variety, it says Underwood broke out in 2005 as the winner of American Idol Season 4, back when the show aired on Fox. She'll take the chair next to Lionel Richie and Luke Bryan as the newest judge when the show returns next year for Season 23. Perry revealed last spring that she would be stepping down as Idol judge. She spent 7 seasons on the show ever since it moved to ABC in 2018. She said, I love Idol so much. It's connected me with the heart of America, she said while revealing the news on an episode of Jimmy Kimmel Live. But I feel like I need to go out and feel the pulse of my own beat. Now, Luke Bryan and Lionel Richie continue this year as the trio matched the 7-season stint of original American Idol judges Simon Cowell, Paula Abdul, and Randy Jackson. So I love the show so much, but I want to see the world, Perry said on Kimmel. Maybe I'll come back if they have me one day. Well, after Woman's World and the rest of this album flop, I'm sure she'll probably try to be back to the show. But at this point, I don't think Carrie Underwood's going anywhere. This is a good cushy spot where she can get on there and just make her little coin and not have to blow out a vocal cord. If she want to go back on tour and do a little something when American Idol ends for a couple of months until the new season starts, she could do that. Now, AI will enter its 8th season on ABC, having been renewed last spring. Ryan Seacrest continues to host the show from Fremantle and Sony Pictures, TV19 Entertainment, blah, 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 so on and so forth. Now, here's the thing I'll say on this. Now, while my Monopoly money was on Fantasia getting the gig, because I remember saying that I wanted her to get it. And according to the team, shout out to Perez Hilton, because I heard he's mentioned this, and I got to give my source or whatever. So they said that they were trying to woo Miley Cyrus, Pink, Meghan Trainor, and Justin Bieber before they chose Carrie Underwood. Now, Miley Cyrus, I remember hearing that Miley Cyrus name was floating around. Now, I kind of see Miley Cyrus doing it, but Miley got so much going on right now. I don't see her settling down and doing, American Idol. Justin Bieber, I don't know who thought that was a good idea. And number one, how you gonna have 3 men up there critiquing? You already got enough dudes on there. The whole concept of American Idol judges have always been 2 guys and a girl, minus the pizza place. But they always had 2 guys and a girl. It would have worked that way. You having Justin Bieber up there, Justin always seemed like he lazy. He don't want to work. He don't want to do nothing. He would have did a one and done season and that would have been it. Like, I don't see how y'all would have had. And what advice could Justin Bieber possibly give? So I don't see him doing that. Meghan Trainor, I know she's supposed to be coming to my job next month for a tour. I forget who else was supposed to be the opening act on that. was supposed to be a part of it. But I know in September she's supposed to be coming to Madison Square Garden. I don't personally see Meghan Trainor. Meghan Trainor music really don't be doing it for me. I think it feels a little show tuney or not even show tuney, but like Meghan Trainor makes jingle music. Like it feels like something for a commercial. And Pink, she would be the only one that I would be like, okay, she would be the perfect choice to do American Idol because Pink is someone who sells out stadiums. Pink is someone who is a legacy act. Like she's been around since the late 90s into the 2000s. She's someone who is a Virgo, which means that she's very opinionated. And will basically, while the critique will come across as a bit harsh, she's not going to steer you wrong or feed you no BS. So I would have definitely liked to have seen either Fantasia or Pink do it. But for the most part, Carrie Underwood, in my opinion, is a safe choice. She is very much middle America, sweet as American pie. And that's the demographic who's really watching it. It's middle America and it's like older boomers or whatever. Those are the ones that still watching American Idol. I don't watch American Idol. I have not watched American Idol since David Archuleta's season. So that was when I last watched the show. And I don't even know how long ago that was. So I say this to say, what do y'all think of Carrie Underwood as Katy Perry's replacement as the new American Idol judge? Whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. Okay, so now we have comments. Oh wait, because I saw y'all was talking about biphobians and stuff too. Oh yeah, you were talking about I know what you're talking about. Cause the Big C men, weren't they saying some racist stuff? You said biphobia is part of our community. I think I read that too. It said, yeah, the no lip man that does RP names, Lord Seaman. And it said he's on Facebook. It was in 2008 direct sequel to the first film. And Ronnie actor Cab still get it. Oh, was he? I don't think I've ever seen Return to Sleepaway Camp. I may need to check that out. Or maybe I did say I just don't remember it. Oh yeah, he said his name, the Big C Man. Yeah, I've heard of them. It said Kayla Says pointed out how a lot. Oh, you watch Kayla Says too? You want to know something funny? I think I shared this on my social media. They were talking about like the list of people that. Oh, the people that watch my show watch these shows, and it came up the like Nico Aesthetics or these other shows, like people that's similar to mine. I was like, and I watch Kayla Says. I need to watch her one on RuPaul's Drag Race though. And it said she pointed out how a lot of reality TV shows now rely on inspirational, motivational corn as viral moments instead of getting people to make fun of themselves on national TV. I also heard that there was going to be that there was who was it that that's a porn star that does drag that they would try it out for season 17 of Drag Race but didn't make it. I'm like, they should have been on it. That would have been the perfect um angle for them to get on the show, and they could have talked about it since we talking about this. It's like people want another pop star. Chill. There's only three, and people act like Luke Bryan ain't leaving. But I'd rather have someone like Carrie Underwood who's never flopped. But then again, country is more loyal than pop music is when it comes. Well, that's true, and that's why I said they're catering to Middle America because the people that love country music are the ones that are watching American Idol. I don't know anybody outside of that whole situation that watches American Idol. I don't watch American Idol. I haven't, like I said, I haven't watched American Idol since um David Archuleta. Oh yeah, I think I read that already. It said, oh yeah. So it said Carrie Underwood is that girl. To be honest, a small town to American Idol story is inspiring. She might be a Trump supporter. Is she? Or we just think that she might be a Trump supporter, but I actually like country music and her songs. Said Big C Men are calling Ty Santana the N word. Oh, he like do race. Yeah, I don't like that. I think I saw that. I don't like the whole. I don't like that race play stuff. That makes. Yeah, that's just like totally uncomfortable. I remember I watched the episode of. Damn, what's the name of that damn show that was on Deku that was based on a movie with um his name was X. He did it was a Boy Culture. There was I don't know. I knew it was going to take a minute. So Boy Culture, they did a series, and it was on Deku, which is like the gay streaming service, and they did an episode with um Chance from Noah's Ark, and he wanted the X character, the hooker, while he was fucking him when he climaxed to call him the N word, and so um Noah from Noah's Ark, I couldn't remember. Daryl Stevens brings home a date who's a black guy, and they hear like the N word, him screaming and shit, and he's like, "What the fuck is that?" That shit was funny though, but it was like, yeah, this whole race play thing, it just makes me uncomfortable. But the way they went about it in the scene was just hilarious. I heard her gay best friend is the opening act. Probably it's like I couldn't remember the name of the person that is supposed to be the opening act on the show, but I do remember like when I was on my way into my section, I happened to see on the screen that Megan Trainor was going to be performing in September. So I can see how Fantasia would suit a role like that since she's a strong singer, but also seems like a regular, approachable person. We'll assume the best about Miss Underwear too, though. I got you call her Carrie Underwear. Yeah, because I was thinking that too. I was like, you know what? They went with. I would have liked to have seen Fantasia on there because they need a little, melanin on that show. And I know Lionel Richie's black, but you know what I'm saying. But when it comes down to it, Carrie Underwood, they think safe. They're thinking safe. They're thinking Middle America. We already know what it gives. And don't Ryan Seacrest's got enough damn jobs? I'm like, Jesus, between his radio show, between American Idol, between I was gonna say between Kelly Ripa, but she got her boring ass husband on there. Although Mark is fine, so I'm not gonna hit him too hard of a stray. And then also we have what is it? Wheel of Fortune. I'm like, damn, don't this man got enough jobs? You know, some of these networks have problems with people who do Yeah, I don't know why, but to me, that'd have been a good angle, especially since the times they are changing. Like, being an adult cinematographer is not a big deal anymore. Like, there's so many of the newer generation coming up, and since RuPaul's Drag Race is skewering younger and younger and younger and younger, there's a lot of these Drag Race girls have OF accounts and JFF accounts, and we've had the conversation so many times of so many of the girls from the show did adult cinematography. Detox was out there doing it before she became a queen that we knew of. Let's also not forget Jade Jolie was out there doing adult cinematography before they got started. Violet Chachki. There was a lot of them that started out in doing adult films before they came in and got on Drag Race. Said Megan gay best friend is cute. He big on TikTok, but I don't have that crap. And he was dating some guy, and they were a big thing online. But I guess I wasn't paying attention to all of that tea. Whew. But anyway, we're at the end of the show. Thank you all for watching. Damn, I didn't think it was going to be a 4-hour show, but once we started talking about the adult stuff, I was like, okay, the adult cinematography stuff. Okay, so yeah, we're at the end of the show. Tune in next time for a brand new episode of Chris Allen Unfiltered. I might come on and do one tomorrow. We'll see. I know I'm not gonna be able to do one on Monday because I'm gonna be busy. And Wednesday, I'm gonna be busy. So while I was doing a lot of shows this week, it might be sporadic next week. Don't quote me on it. But yeah, thank you all for watching. Tune in next time for brand new episode of Chris Allen Unfiltered. Please do be a solid, hit that like button, that subscribe button, and the notification bell so that way you know when we go live with a brand new episode of Chris Allen Unfiltered. Put in your final questions, comments, and concerns before I log off. Because I'm like, damn, this is a 4-hour episode. And yeah, so thank you all for watching. I appreciate every last one of y'all. You know that good stuff. And yeah, your special interest. Okay. So yes, thank you all for watching. Tune in. I should be on tomorrow. It's Friday. I'm sure there's some tea that's probably gonna spill in within the next 24 hours that may have to get, talked about and things of that nature. And so yeah, love you all for watching. Until next time. Ciao, darlings.